What's up, Proteus? How's it going? All right, so what do I have? I've got all kinds of parts. And then the op amps, are those here yet, or are they on their way? I think the op amps are on their way. Yes, they're on their way. I was hoping that they'd get here a little sooner. They actually might be upstairs right now. Hey, what's up, Gonad? Proteus is here for a bunch of messages. Jay Ramsey, how you doing? I got those table legs in the mail. I don't know if DigiKey has gotten here. I think I would have gotten word if the package that arrived earlier was DigiKey. I think I would have. I mean, I guess I can check up on it with the number, but yeah, so I'm waiting on DigiKey. That gives us our op amps, but I did get the headphone amplifier in, so we can start to set up that. Thing is about the headphone amplifier. Oh my God, this is greasy. I gotta clean that mouse. Did the box of bees arrive yet? They came and went. Hold on. This thing is autofocusing, which is incredibly annoying. Cameras should not be thinking for themselves. I don't know if it's true, but I heard of a TV station today that is going completely AI. All the editing and all of the video is going to be done by AI. That doesn't sound like a real story, you know? I don't know. But apparently something as boring as the local news, which really typically isn't that boring, but it's formulaic, might be able to be completely taken over by a non-human. A little crazy to me. Look at the size of these things. It's ridiculous. This is the headphone amplifier. It's a high-quality headphone amp. Why is my finger so grody? Hold on, I'm gonna clean out my finger. I should clean that one section of my finger. It's not like I don't shower daily. I made bulldog noodles, the spicy ramen noodles today. Maybe that's where it got its veneer. I bought a whole new computer, 4080 Ryzen 7, 7800, 3D, all the good stuff. Damn, that is a pretty heady stack of numbers. All the times, it's always time zones with you. I've been writing code and lurking for a while. Oh man, code writing days are always rough. That's a little bit cleaner. It's tight, it's so small. And it's got 4 pins on each side of its 4 sides. So I went and bought some breakouts for it. I said it would be amazing to print PCBs at home. Bad obsession motor. Yeah. We've talked about that a couple times, actually. We have talked about that a couple times. I think they are going a little bit far for what they were doing. They did the how we did it video was actually really good because it actually uncovers how that snowball, that particular snowball, rolled down that hill. They started with ambitions that would have been easy, and then like any other project, it gets more and more complicated as you do it, and they start to discover things that should have been addressed long time ago, right? Like, do they print conductive ink? No, they actually deposit solder directly onto FR4. They had a special alloy made for doing this, or maybe someone in particular makes this particular kind of alloy that's a little bit more silver and is a little bit higher temperature than regular solder so that they can solder to it. Yeah, do check out the video. It's basically their it's not 4-axis, it's their mill. It's their 2-axis mill that's been heavily modified in order to have, instead of a spindle, it has a hot end, and it runs like a direct drive at, you know, with whatever settings they have in there. They probably need to work on those end of line wipe settings, but I don't know. They got it working and they made their circuit board with CAD that wasn't designed for circuit boards. I think they would be pleasantly surprised if, yeah, extruder is direct drive solder extruder. If they had worked with something like Fusion Eagle, something that like is bespoke for building circuit boards, I think they would have had a much more pleasant time. Even in the realm of adding things like breakout boards and like physical dials and stuff like that, with a little bit of computer modeling, you could create a computer model of your whole setup, and then doing the traces would be trivial. And then you can probably go to a board house. It would probably cost them $100 or something each board, but they could have done it iteratively in that style and still had all of the pivots that they had and all of the representation of physicality that they would require, and probably come out to about the same price. Only they did it in an extremely novel way, which is to do 3-dimensional PCB extrusion methods. They still had to do all of that very fine measuring and stuff too, that throwing out a design to a design house would have just completely, all the pain of doing those holes gone. You might need an iteration or two to get it right, but I don't know. I would advocate the way of getting a circuit board made rather than the novel production of creating a 3D circuit printer. It's cool that it exists. It definitely is cool that it exists. It's not how I would have done it. But, you know, I'm biased. I know what I know. They know what they know. They figure I'm going to drill the holes in real life. I'll be more comfortable doing that. I think they use the CNC, but still. Let me go get my stuff. My stuff. I'd love to know if that delivery was a DigiKey. Because if it was, that means we have all of the circuit stuff that I would need to build the entire, what do you call it? The entire mixer that I want to build. Let me open up, I'm going to do a no-no, and I'm going to open up my email. I'm not allowed to open up this email on stream. Yoink. And then look for the DigiKey order. Thank you for your DigiKey order. That was November 16th. And technically I think I got 2-day shipping for this ADA 4062 amp. View the order status. That's the only thing that matters to me, really. It's cool that it exists. I'd love to see that tech in the future. But by today's standards, I totally agree with you. Just send it out to a manufacturer. Yeah, because you could do, dimensionally, you can do all the stuff you need to do. And with the advancement of the software, in order to handle 3 dimensions, they could have not only built their circuit board, they could have built the surrounding area and figured out how to machine or 3D print with that software to make the attachments for it, too. It takes a little bit of work. It takes a little bit of creativity, but it's not that hard. All right, I don't have that there. Do I have a tracking number in here? I don't have a tracking number. I have a sales number. View order status. View order status button doesn't appear to work. I don't have an account at DigiKey. I always do it through a guest checkout. Watching the the first demo of Flight Simulator 24. What a complicated program to run. It seems like a lot, but it looks really good. I saw a couple pictures of there's something about like the servers. There's not enough servers or something, but still, that like the environments look just real. It's so real you probably have to go to school to use it. That's probably true. Well, I mean, don't pilots get like actual flight hours out of it, or like simulation flight hours? Nice about these fans is you could daisy chain the PWM signals. Yeah, the daisy chainable fans have been a thing lately, huh? The ones that just like clip together. That's nice for running your wires. All right, so what other DigiKey email do I have? Shipping, ship to package invoice. There's the number. Okay, so there's the number, and the number says, oh, it opens up in DigiKey. Activity on FedEx vehicle for delivery as of today at 8 a.m. I think I need to check to see what's to see if I've actually gotten it. So I'm gonna do a BRB. What's up? Not much. We're looking at order statuses because I got parts coming in the mail. I forgot that I haven't received the op amps yet. I need the amps in order to sort of do this test. But the headphone amplifier is sort of the star of the show. Unbelievable. The graphics and detail are insane. From what I understand, if there's a major error in the design, you'll be notified or contacted. That would be like an outward error in the design. Usually for me, the error in the design is like, oh, that pinout's something else and I put it into the part. So now I need to go back and correct the part. Like with a button on the VCO, right? The button on the VCO, I had the wrong pins as the ones that are contacted when you press the button, which means that the ones that are on the ground plane are very much in error and difficult to fix. That's the kind of problem that's going to make it all the way out to the circuit board. The software does everything in its power to keep you from making those errors, but when those errors surface, and they will, they're going to be insidious like that. And they're easy to fix, you know, but it's not going to be something like, you know, a trace being on top of another trace. The board house may inform you of that, but the CAD program is going to tell you way ahead of time that stuff like that is an error. And so knowing your CAD software, knowing how to go through your CAD software, being unflappable in the realm of boredom, that's the tough part for me, is leave the design alone for a day, come back to it and take a look again. And with fresh eyes, you go, oh, I forgot this, or I didn't do that. There's a lot of little details that you kind of have to stack up and keep in line. But with at least the Fusion, 3D previewing the board is wonderful because I can take a look at it as if I were holding it in my hand before it comes in the mail. And then it comes in the mail and you go, dear God, I made that way too small. How am I going to build this? I'm going to put up a BRB. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check the mail. I appear to have gotten 3 packages. Well, these should be op amps from DigiKey, but I have a stack of 3 packages. So did they make an error? I know I ordered a bunch of parts, but I think my brain might be bugged. The rest of the day, wrote a program to write output to file. Wrote a program to write an output to file switch case for Arduino project with just 1,600 cases. Reading through for errors. Interesting journey. Crazy. Index C. Index C. Thank you for subbing for 43 months. Really appreciate you on that one. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's see here. What did I get? That is the question. Why are there 3 boxes? Careful with that thing. That thing's too sharp. It's one of those super... Oh, MIDI Zoo. Wait a minute. Pro Industrial. Oh, maybe it was fulfilled through them. Sometimes that happens with DigiKey now, as they fulfill somebody else's request. Yeah, it's going to be like 15 of these things, isn't there? Or like 5 in 5s. Oh my God, they're so small. Why are they so small? Corsair 4000D Airflow. Man, those... I guess people are trying to make mices as light as possible. Oh, these are singular op amps. These are individual op amps. I thought I might be going with individual op amps, but I don't think I am. If this one's DigiKey, I'll be happy. It might be. Or it might just be crap. Crap I ordered when I wasn't paying attention. Yes. Finely crushed. That's nice. These are definitely not DigiKey, though. DigiKey comes in a big DigiKey branded plastic thing. So these are just rando orders of stuff. Oh, this is a headphone amplifier. This one uses the same chip that we're going to be using today, only in a larger form. So it's an actual headphone amplifier. Maybe we can compare some of the circuit design or the values of the stuff. Not incredibly useful, but it does use the same... Get out of there! It does use the same chip. I forgot I ordered that. Trying to keep the address label from being visible. Put it next to my old micro ATX build, and it's like, this PC case tells you to not worry. The PC, yeah, the build she tells you not to worry about. I prefer to have a big weighty mouse. I prefer to have it actually have some oomph to it and be like something, you know, you got to lug the mouse around in order to use it. What were these? These are different. These are for something else. What SO8 did I order? SO8. What did I order in SO8? I don't know. Hey, Niano, how you doing? All right, so this is a bunch of stuff that I ordered when plans are still kind of being worked out for what we were building. Oh, you know what it is? These are the TLO62. Oh God, this camera has not been... I have not calibrated this camera. Setup micro procedure. There we go. Now the motion should be, yeah, nice and smooth. All right, there we go. So let's go back to, oh, I don't have it on this board. There we go. What was that again? It's TLS 6.2? Yeah, the 6.2, I think. Yeah, that's a 6. Okay, TLS 6.2. So yeah, these are slightly less noisy TLS 7.4s, which, you know, I don't know. I just wanted to have them on hand just in case. I could have, you know, the other week I could have fixed Julian's little miniature mixer using these and would have been like, look, they're more noise free. And he would have been like, called me a nerd and everyone would laugh. All right, there's this. There's this. I'm expecting a DigiKey. It's on the truck. I think it'll get here by the end of stream. So that means Tuesday we get to work more with this circuit. Because obviously I'm not going to get the whole thing done today. I've learned to start tempering my expectations when it comes to things I'm actually going to get. Oh yeah, let's get this out of here. Things I'm actually going to get done on stream. Streaming is a time multiplier in the fact that I have to like teach everything that I'm doing, you know? And I actually kind of shocked Julian at my ability to teach things, which is an interesting place to be. Julian teaches. He's in his, you know, in the grand scheme of Julian and all the jobs that he's had over the years, he decided to settle on being, I think, a math and then a science teacher. I would love to be a science teacher. I think that would be kind of awesome. But again, I've decided to spend my time with you assholes teaching nonetheless. It's fun. You get to communicate stuff. I don't have to grade papers, all that good stuff. I got to get tenure that I can be one of those absentee teachers. But yeah, so last stream, I feel honored. You guys are keeping me from not being productive is basically what I've settled on in life. No, you know, whatever. I love what I do. So these are ratcheting table legs. Which way am I going? I'm going down. This goes up. Oh, it's labeled wrong. Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's down for the foot. Down or up. But yeah, what these are rolly table legs that you then jack up. Oh, is that... Wait, that's all the way up. Okay, so even though it's on the down, we need to move it up. There, and then it becomes a stable table leg, which will be good for my desk. I just need to get these dimensions into CAD eventually, and maybe just find an equivalent of this height. I think there's a couple 3D models out there, and it looked like there was an equivalent. Is there like a lock? Can I lock it? Oh yeah, you can lock it in the middle. Nope, nope. There's no lock. So if you kick this thing, it'll move it a little bit. I could keel over if I had to teach algebra. I could definitely teach geometry as long as everything was a woodworking construction analogy. I once had like a sort of more of a deadbeat kind of physics teacher in college, and he was hilarious because he would give us problems like there was a fountain it's long since been torn out because Drexel is constantly redoing all their stuff, and on the back of the millennials that have paid so many loan bucks in money to these universities, they've all become these epicenters. They look like fucking medical campuses now. But so Drexel's steamrolled that whole place and redone their entire square there. But there was in the square, it was a very pointy fountain, you know, because Philadelphia loves their street art. This is a fountain. And so somebody decided, I'm going to hire somebody to make something out of stainless steel for this fountain. And what they made was this big spike. It was just a spike. It was just a big like spike. It looked like fucking like Zurg had come along and planted some kind of a building on the creep. And it was this creepy spike. And so this physics teacher was like, could somebody jump from the roof of this lecture hall building onto the spike? And that was one of our physics problems that we had to solve. He would do weird shit like that, and I loved him dearly. He's a great teacher. One of the best physics teachers that I've ever had. That was early physics, and then our physics got more and more complicated until we did E&M, and then I felt like jumping off of the top of the building onto the spiky fountain. We gonna need the scope today? Yeah, we'll probably need the scope. I need to see whether or not we clip. Yeah, that kind of teacher that just, you know, I don't know, a little bit more down to earth. Pre-jaded, that's what we call them. All right, what do we got? I mean, I've got an audio source. We have amplifiers that are current based. We have something to turn it back into a waveform from current form into a voltage-based waveform. And then we have new chips that I need to get onto boards. So we have a little bit of a soldering section today, so I can put the chips onto the boards. I also have this, just in case we need inspiration about the circuit. This is the same thing as those. And then presumably, maybe at some point today, I get the other amplifiers. I had bulldog noodles today, because yesterday I made fajitas, which is just something I now know how to do intuitively. You know, get all the spices and throw them out and throw them onto the whatever the mixture is, and, you know, peppers, onions, etc. Get them soft, throw chicken in there, let that reduce and cook for a little bit with all the spices. Boom, fajita night. You know, everybody's happy. You throw a little sugar on there and everybody's like, that was delicious. What did you do? My secret. It's fajitas have a little sugar in the spices. So that's common. It's just for some reason the ratio of sugar to wow, that was amazing is quite high. Are you still equalizing L and R separately? Yes, that was one of the requests to the mixer. Bulldog noodles are really good. Yeah, so I had those for lunch, and I threw some of the chicken from fajitas in there, as well as some jalapenos that I cut up. Jalapenos they're victim to genetic engineering these days, unless you grow them yourself, in which case they will blow your freaking face off. Jalapenos have been so genetically engineered to be a profitable pepper, something that grows quickly and is large, and people will buy at the grocery store, right? It needs to look perfect to be at the grocery store. It needs to grow quickly. And so what they did is they did all of that genetic engineering in order to make them not spicy again. They weren't out to make them not spicy again. Sorry, as a result of them growing quickly and all that stuff, and being prolific, they unfortunately have no flavor. The spiciness, yes, is in the seasoning packet for the bulldogs, yes. But I was adding jalapeno to it and everything, and so those jalapenos are like inert. They brought a little bit of jalapeno flavor, but I found them to be mostly just disappointing these days. You get those pickled jalapenos, or the preserved jalapenos, and they taste like nothing. There's no flavor to them, because they're these non-spicy jalapenos. You just get a hint of, they're like the LaCroix of peppers. It's so obnoxious. It's very frustrating. So you can either get the ones that will screw up your whole day, or you can get the peppers that do almost nothing. Those are your choices. It's very, very obnoxious. But the bulldog noodles, I mean, the packet of oil is going to do its job to spice things up in those. So I had those ahead of stream, so I'm going to have some heady burps. I actually better go get a glass of water, to be honest. Set up, put up BRB again. That's in overlays, yeah. I'm going to go get a glass of water. I'll be right back. Ooh, the bubbles of a jalapeno LaCroix might not be very, I don't know about that one. Then you'd have jalapeno burps from the CO2. Problem with treating something like that like it's candy is that if you're like popping them in your mouth, you know, cowboy candy, the pickled jalapenos, you're popping them in your mouth and you're like, oh, it's, you know, there's a little spice to it. It's like a really not spicy kind of snack. healthy, I guess. But then you go to touch your face and you blow up your eyes. Like, it's not going to be as bad as, for instance, like a habanero or like a real jalapeno that you grow in the garden, but it's still, the oil is still there. So if you touch your face, you're still partially macing yourself to a small degree. So I don't know. You know, I chopped up those jalapenos and I was careful not to get them on me. I had to wash my hands very carefully because then I went to go pet the dog, and I don't want to pet the dog and have the dog be like, ah, what the hell? Why does this hurt? But yeah, those spicy nudes, they're very good. I like the Bulldogs. When I was filling up my glass, I was thinking about the fact that all the sinks in the house are coming from the same source, right? A plastic tube that goes, you know, tens of miles to a bigger plastic tube, to a bigger plastic tube, to a pumping station, one of three. Apparently our water here is so good that we can brew beer with it without doing anything to the water aside from just leaving it out in order to allow the chlorine to leave, but the mineral content of the water is perfect for brewing. Perfect. There's some things that could be a little different, but it's good for brewing. But I was thinking about it, like the same water also goes to the utility sink. And right next to the utility sink, I have a couple silicone ice cube trays that I use for, like, if I don't want to go upstairs to get ice, right? If I'm super lazy, they're like big cubes. And I would typically go to the little bathroom that we have over there, which is finished. So it's not like an open frame, but I'd go and fill those ice cube trays from the sink in the bathroom. But there's a utility sink right next to the refrigerator. There's a utility sink right there. And that's the same water, but the utility sink is disgusting. So, like, is it okay for me to fill those ice cube trays? Maybe if I forget, nothing bad will happen, but it's kind of this grody, like, utility sink faucet. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to do that. It's the same water in the end of the day, unless I allow the water to go up above the faucet spout, because then there's all the grody stuff. I cleaned that, by the way. I took a Brillo sponge and just went over the whole sink. It took me a long time, and I was wearing gloves the whole time. As long as the faucet is clean, it should be good. Yeah, but it just seems nasty. It's like when you eat food out of the sink, you know? I just don't know. Do I, like, it's the same water. It's the same water. It's the same water. Am I going to read this little novel here that's been, what is this? My cat once licked the bowl of a spicy ramen, kept licking her lips, but didn't stop licking the bowl. One of the first things that, one of the first incidents with Willow, and it wasn't an incident, I had some of these, the super hot Doritos, right? And they're using extract, and so it's not really that pleasant of a heat. I was hate eating these Doritos. They were Cool Ranch, which, first of all, it's really not that cool, man. It's just not cool. This is like, you know, when we got Willows 2 years ago. So I was eating these things and going, man, I hate these. Like, I eat one chip and it just hurts. But then the next day, I notice, you know, Willow comes downstairs and I notice she's eating something. She was licking one of the chips and then she just ate it. And it was like it was nothing. She just doesn't care. Spicy Cool Ranch is funny. No, it's not. It hurts. It's like I'm annoyed by it because I get tricked by it. I'm in the supermarket. I'm going through the aisles. I'm grabbing stuff like it's a game show. And then I see Cool Ranch. Oh, that's great. Spicy Cool Ranch. Hey, I'm down. Let's go. And then I end up getting punched in the mouth by these stupid things. Is ranch flavor meant to taste of horses with a hint of pickup truck? I always wondered. No, it tastes like people who are so weak that they can't have spice on. They think cheese pizza is too spicy. That's what ranch tastes like. It tastes like weak Midwesterners who have to put. I'm actually making more fun of Pittsburgh, to be honest. Pittsburghians who can't handle spice. They can't handle red pepper flakes. So they put ranch dressing on their pizza in order to cool it down. The Cool Ranch is more of like an MSG kind of. Yeah, Dill and buttermilk, because it's a very mildy kind of Midwesterny sort of potato salad-y kind of flavor. All right, I received an order from Jimmy Pickles. I have JP Piranha and powder from just a little dab. Wait, and powdered form. Just a little dab of this powder to test it out. Why was it split into a new message? Placing it on my tongue, it's just a few pepper flakes. Kind of let me up. The JP Piranha is probably one of the top 5 hottest peppers in the market right now. You gotta throw that in chili then. Throw it in chili, something that'll carry all that spice to it. I'm not sure. I don't like the super blasty peppers. I'm not. I don't care about getting the hottest pepper in the world. If I wanted that, I would just get a jar of mace and chug it. Last year, the year before, it was rated the second hottest. Man, those guys. I don't know about those people. I don't think they're human beings. those people that pursue the hottest pepper in the world. It's everyone will do something to pursue the best of something, but man. The faucet's clean, should be good. Oh yeah, that too. Also has a signed coaster. That's kind of cool. And a sticker. Banana peppers and pizza. That's a thing around here, long hots. Long hots are a thing in Philly. You have your cheesesteak and your long hots. You have them separately, or you put the long hots on the pizza. Italian people love this kind of thing. They've been doing that for years, so there's a lot of Italian influences in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia particularly. So we have the long hots. They're okay. I'm not a big fan of banana peppers. I don't like banana peppers. Don't chase after hottest anymore. What burned you? I know, it's like, the Bulldog noodles are a good spice level. It's like, if I have the Bulldog 2X, I can't tell if the burning is coming from the temperature or from the spice. So the 1X Bulldog noodles are plenty for me. That makes a delicious noodle soup. Very, warms you up and all that good stuff. Yeah. But pepperoncini. I don't mind a pepperoncini. I don't know. I don't understand what the obsession with putting them on a pizza place salad is. Because that everyday pizza place salad bit from Family Guy is one of the truest things ever. I don't understand why they make it like that. And the pepperoncinis, they're good. I'll eat some out of the jar, but I don't know. I don't know what the obsession with them is. Long hots at the local cheesesteak place are really, really good. You put a couple on your plate, eat them, mouth burns, cool, move on with your life. I can't handle spicy stuff, lol. I would listen, the guy from Northern England can't handle spicy stuff. Like News at 11. Oh wait, I still have this bit up. We got to get rid of this. We're not an AutoCAD ad anymore. There we go. News at 11, right? That's to be expected. The Brits get a bad rap for not having any spices in food, but then I've never seen a continent so pro curry in they get a bad rap. They get a bad rap. There's some really delicious foods from England. Mostly everything in a pie is just an instantly good. So I don't have a good 3D model of this thing. I think my best bet is to find something that's close enough. Near enough makes no difference. I don't understand why they give it this much travel. It only really needs to get above that wheel. Maybe if you need to wheel it over something, it would need a little bit more space, but... If you are on YouTube, you cannot hear that I am playing RimWorld music. Wait, did the YouTube chat not pop up? What's going on here? Oh no, it's over there. Why is it over? Oh, because we're not on Facecam. That's right, okay. Yes. Oh, and then this one is... Isn't that where the scope goes? Well, scope is on, so maybe if I go here and then here, it'll come up. Nope. No, I had, not that one. Oh, right. Okay, so that one just kind of comes in from the side. Okay. Surprisingly shocked at how much insulin takes to counteract a cup of noodles or top ramen noodles. Yeah, doing ramen noodles, it's very difficult because those are concentrated carbohydrates. They're not that complicated. The noodles and things like that carry with them, all that wheat. And top ramen and stuff like that, you think of oh, it's just a cup of noodles. It'll get me by. But it's 56 carbohydrates for a cup of noodles. Those carbs hit hard. And then when you get hyperglycemic, you're just going to keep rolling with that. The liver is not going to allow you to come back down for a while. it's either liver or the stomach. Somebody who knows more can correct me on that. But from my experience, once I'm hyperglycemic, my body tends to stick with hyperglycemia until that food is digested. And if I'm giving myself insulin, sometimes it's like I'm doing nothing. Doing a little exercise can help with that. It can help kind of snap things back into responding properly. But I've had times where at night I'll eat dinner and dinner will pop me up into hyperglycemia, and then I have a drink after dinner and that shuts my liver down, and all of a sudden my glucose level goes and it just coasts again. And it's like, well, what was going on there, liver? What were you doing? Why were you doing that now that I've reassigned you into unpoisoning me? Like, because the liver does it does all this stuff, and then as soon as you drink alcohol, it goes, hold on a minute, and then it deals with that before it does anything else. That's why drinking as a diabetic can be dangerous sometimes. Getting food at the end of the evening is part of the ritual, because if you're dancing and you're drinking and you're not really realizing what your body feels like, you can spike low and then not have any carbs to cover you, and that's typically where the drunk will pass out. But with a diabetic, their liver is now not producing or not releasing glucagon, and it doesn't give you that safety net that you might typically have. And so without that safety net, that can lead to some pretty bad stuff. And that's why they caution diabetics very strongly about drinking. I just bring into the ritual eating food, and then I also have the constant glucose monitor, so I can't escape from my glucose levels. But yeah, typically it used to be a very dangerous thing. But yeah, the liver also does just screw with you. I have Sunday liver is something that I guess I've noticed. It's on Sundays when I'm relaxing all day, I'll be sometimes like have a little snack or something like that, and your glucose levels just don't respond. And I give insulin, I give insulin, I give insulin, I give insulin, it doesn't respond. What gets it is little bits over time. It's a bit of a, like a, what is that? The beginnings of DKA, but that little bit over time will do better. But yeah, it's crazy. Set like that non-ratcheting on a stand I built for a metrology inspection tape. Oh, the ones with like the big twisty on the bottom. Apparently these are better for if they're near, sorry, excuse me, I'm burping. These are better if you have a high load on the table. Then the ratcheting kind of helps you get the foot down and push away the wheel. New ghost pepper habanero. That stuff is fantastic for general heat levels. It's still like, if the pepper is called ghost, like as in you turn into a ghost, I don't know how interested in it I am. Yeah, there were some potato chips that I got that were ghost pepper, and they sort of dumbed down the spice to the level where I actually found them very tasty. Ghost pepper has a really nice flavor to it. So a less, maybe if somebody could make a strain of non-spicy ghost pepper, I would love to get my hands on those and grow them, because that would be really good in a relish. Now, what I'm considering doing right now, the Northeast, especially where I am in Pennsylvania on the eastern side of PA, we are in like an extreme drought right now. Everything is turning into a desert outside. Everything looks gray, and all the trees are dying. Everything's dying. Everything's death and destruction, and just sort of wanton, sort of doldrumite depression spreading across like a creep, like a fog on the land. Only fog brings with it moisture, which we don't have. So we're in the dust. It's a desert. It sucks. That being said, there are some pretty strong ordinances against making a fire outside, because we've had some big forest fires here from like, one of them was caused by some kid who started a forest fire as a firefighter. Volunteer. But like, so in that vein, I've got all the peppers from this year's growth. I'm not terribly excited about the types of peppers. There's nothing fantastical in there, but I want to smoke them this year. And so you turn the smoker on the lowest settings, throw all the peppers in there for like 4 hours, or at least until they cook properly, get them out, let them sit for a day, and then I can make them into a relish. I could actually probably do it right away, but make it into some kind of a spread and a relish, a hot pepper thing that I want to make. I don't want to fire up the smoker, because I think maybe the cops would come. Somebody would smell the smoke and call the cops. So I'm waiting for moisture to do the pepper smoking. Meals, just a few of my meals that I eat. I don't have initial insulin dose, follow up 2-3 hours later. I mean, the best way to deal with the meals is knowing that you're going to eat a certain amount and giving the insulin like half hour, 45 minutes ahead of time. I've done that before and I've timed it, and it's torture, but my glucose levels afterwards can be really good. I need to limit the amount of carbs that I'm getting. I smoked a pork belly yesterday. I am jealous. We've got a couple things that are worthy of smoking, but I think I'm going to make a pot roast out of the big slab of meat that we got. Make a pot roast out of that, but then at some point, smoking all these chili peppers, I'll want to throw them into something like a chili, because chili peppers, chili. I mean, it's hand in hand, and it'll taste really good. Smoking peppers. Yeah, you just take the pepper and you snip off both ends and then you light it. God, I saw a guy do that with a, what was it? Was it a ghost pepper? It might have been a ghost pepper. People do this. They put the hot pepper in a bong and they take a big bong rip out of it, which is like the worst thing that you could possibly do to yourself. You're basically smoking mace. That is a horrible thing to do to yourself. People do it so they get the internet likes, but you get to watch a person die on camera, almost die. I mean, it's like a really painful thing. And they sit there and they suffer it, and they're like, oh, and it's like, why am I watching this? Why did I click on this? This is more about me than it is that person that's suffering. I ate a ghost pepper once. End of story. Insulin before the meal is indeed what they tell you to do, and it's one of the biggest struggle factors that I have in diabetes. I mean, listen, I'm in America. I don't suffer from lack of carbohydrates. There's no scenario where I inject insulin ahead of dinner and I go, oh no, I'm gonna go low, where I don't just like suck down a glass of orange juice and I'm fine. Like, you might be more sensitive to insulin than I am. I am a rock. I am unmovable. What are those? Is that microphones? Or is it balloons? Ah, man, this social stream blade does not help me identify. Oh, pride balloons. All right. Limited time only emote. Why are they all sinking? Why are they like this? Wait a minute. Why are the balloons partially inflated? They look like sad day 3 balloons, you know, where all of the helium has kind of made its way out of the balloon and they're just a little bit sad and wrinkly and droopy. Because this hand is holding these balloons. They're not round anymore. They look like they're like day 2, day 3 balloons. Why is it so sad? They should be happy balloons. Those balloons depress me. They leave me with a bad taste in my mouth and depressed. I can make a joke. I'm not going to make a joke there. It's like they're the balloons that bounce on the floor 3 or 4 times before kind of settling in. Yeah, sad, saggy balloons. I look at them. They're not even pulling on the string. The string is bent. Twitch is so bad at making emotes. They're so bad at it. Why are they so bad at it? Get better at emotes. Who do they hire for this stuff? All right, get this up here. I don't think we're going to need calipers today. We're not doing any 3D modeling. We're just going to build circuits. And the circuits are going to be based on the Paint document that I don't have open. Paint. I'm going to open up MS Paint. My file server, I still need to work some stuff out with it. I've been very lazy about doing just about anything these days. But the file server does not allow this computer to write files at the current moment, and it has to do with Windows permissions being kind of sunken in after time. They get like entrenched, and so I need to do something, and I don't remember what, with this computer in order to kind of refresh all the credentials and make things work. Will you show me how to use a caliper one day? We use them all the time. I mean, there's certain things you can do with calipers, and they're fairly simple. There's like a thousand YouTube videos about how to use them, but I mean, there's a couple little features on the caliper that I guess are lesser known. Maybe I should put together a video about that. Because calipers are just a type of measuring tool. It allows you to get very precise measurements, and they're built in a particular way. You have certain little features on them, like how to get something that's smaller, how to get a measurement off of something that is like a weird shape, how to get an internal measurement on something, an internal distance. You can lock them down with the little screw at the top, or you can walk them more accurately with this thumb wheel that you press in and move back and forth. It has the little pokey outy bit that lets you measure from something to something else. It also has a little cut in the something down here that allows you to measure something small. In addition to that, there is the lesser known how to become your engineer's best friend by telling them about this drop-down feature between this face, and they go, oh my God, I never considered that. That's really interesting. And that's calipers. That's it. I'm getting a pair for 3D modeling. So there's a couple things about the way you measure stuff. If you're measuring something all the way at the end of the calipers, these things are so accurate that they will measure the microscopic tilt of the jaws. And depending on what the quality of the caliper is, you may or may not get this very easily, right? Right now, this is a 20 millimeter board. Why do I say 20 millimeters? Well, it's technically 20.19, but the person who intended to design the board originally said that they would make it 20 millimeters because we're so close to that mark. And I could make it 20 millimeters, but I'd have to push in on the calipers really hard all the way at the end. 2006, good year. You can tell that I'm straining against the calipers. This will get you made fun of in a 3D printing subreddit. But yeah, so the calipers generally you measure and then you kind of wiggle it a little bit and make sure that you get a good measurement on that, because you can press them in and have something under pressure, and things will deform sometimes under pressure when you measure them. So 20.35, so technically if I was building something for this to fall into, like a 3D printed thing that would fit around this circuit board, 20.35 tells me that this thing is a little bit above 20 millimeters. Maybe I give it 21 millimeters and see if my printer leaves that to wiggle around. Or if I really want to tighten it up, I could put precisely 20.4. I would round up on the numbers, because 0.06 of a millimeter is something more of a consideration when you're building a circuit board than when you're designing something to 3D print. That's essentially, I mean, I can get deeper and deeper into the subject as we keep going. Stock up on batteries. Stock up on batteries. You will become everyone's best friend at the office. Repeatability. Depending on how expensive your calipers are, the repeatability is rather important. I bought Mitutoyos. It means I almost never hit the 0 button. I almost never hit the 0 button because negative 0.01 millimeters is very little of a consideration. But the fact that I can go all the way out here and peg it on the... By peg, when I say peg, chat, when I say I've been pegging all weekend, what I really mean is the dial hits a little peg on the dial that keeps it from rolling around. So when I say I peg the Mitutoyos, it's not what you think. It means I just go all the way out to the physical stop at the end of the Mitutoyos. But I can go all the way out to the physical stop at the end of the Mitutoyos and come all the way back, and it's still 0.01. So repeatability is a big thing in measurement systems. I can hit the 0 button, but that means I have to live with the little 0 button, the little text that says, hey, you hit the 0 button. And I'm like, oh, man. The accuracy of these things is kind of great. Does it go away if I turn it off? Yeah, there we go. The thing about calipers is they are always on. These will always use a quiescent amount of current because they measure like little marks on a circuit board that pass over like a radio thing very accurately. My $20 Draper ones are dead repeatable. It's just like wine, right? It's like wine. You can get a cheap wine and it'll have all the features of the really nice wine. It's just a matter of getting lucky or, you know, testing a bunch. Same thing with calipers. You know, you can get the cheap ones and they can be really, really good for the stuff you use them for. The Mitutoyos you can throw into like a toolbox and it won't, you know, well, I don't know. I wouldn't want to. These are $140 calipers. So they're not terribly expensive. They're useful. You get about a little over a foot with them. They're great. These are not always on. The encoder is under the sticker is not incremental. It's absolute. Okay. Ow! Thing is, the faces on the calipers are sharp. They're sharp for accuracy. The Mitutoyos are a little bit softer. They, of course, broke all the corners and stuff. The cheap ones you can get have, like, sometimes they're kind of sharp feeling in the hand. But yeah, I scratched myself right there, which is another property of calipers. Well, with these in particular, they're made out of metal. They are strong. They are a tool. They can hurt you. Stop stabbing yourself. I refuse to stop stabbing myself. I will continue. The stabbings will continue until morale improves. But yeah, there is basically a circuit board under this sticker, and that circuit board has markings on it that are detected by the circuit board in here. And whether or not they stay on all the time, I guess, is under debate. It probably does turn off all the way. Well, the thing is, they're still monitoring the button for you to turn it back on. And an LCD screen uses like almost no power at all. So the difference between the calipers on or off is like completely negligible. A solar panel that's this big could actually power that LCD. Mine used 13 microamps when off and 17 when on. So yeah, some calipers turn off, some don't. I was under the impression that they do turn off. But yeah, 209.13 all the way down to negative 0.1, 209.13, 14, negative 0.1. So that's it. That's the rundown. Calipers are not that crazy. They're a fairly simple tool. Now, if you really wanted to get into it, non-digital calipers with markings on it, there is a particular way to read those, and it's good to know how to look at the markings. I can't show you that, and if I did, it would be the same thing as you looking it up. You could just look up a web page. Yeah, the vernier scale is pretty amazing. You can see the screen go fully off when you pull the battery. Huh. I don't know, because I don't see any evidence of this thing. What is that? Is that just, is that on the outside? Yeah, that's on the outside. Good, good, good. Do I do it? Do I do it? Do you think we'll see anything? I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. I'm gonna do it. If I find it, where'd my pen tool go? Huh. Human slime. Disgusting. Bonk. I think I saw something. I think that got just a little bit lighter when I did it. It could have been the shadow of my hand. Why are you blinking? Put the door back on. Got to make sure to put the door back on. Hold it down. Huh. Oh, you know what? I think my battery is so low that it's not accepting the battery again. All right, we'll put a new one in. New battery. God, it uses so little current that I was able to take this battery out and it still flashed like 2 or 3 times afterwards. That's how little current it uses. So we're going over here to the battery door. Ah, yes, due to the way that I manage my space in the shop, the battery door is blocked by stuff. Always stuff. Stuff everywhere. Actually need this. I need this. Over by the 3D printer. The Goop printer, I had to replace the protector on it, and it's, unfortunately, I can't get that. There's a speck of dust under the screen protector. It is the most obnoxious thing. And then I have a couple spare batteries. I keep these in stock. Oh, it's click and hold origin to turn it back on after a battery change? I thought it was rejecting the battery. I'm gonna put a new battery in it anyway. Hasn't gotten a new one for a while. It's been like 1.5 years on that battery. That one goes away. New battery in. Okay, so yeah, same thing. Click and hold origin. Oh, I have to hold it now? It's been so long that I forget how to change a battery in this thing. There it goes. Okay. The battery just slipped. Negative 1.04 millimeter. Amazing. Let's go ahead and hit that origin. There we go. Negative 0.1. Make negative 0.1 the new origin. There we go. 0. That is so satisfying. You got to know, like 0.01 millimeter is a very, very small distance indeed. And if you put it on inch, I think you get more resolution. maybe not, but you get 4 digits an inch. So that's down to mil scale. That one only works in 5s. Pretty crazy. To get it all the way back to 0. I wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, that's a quick and dirty caliper rundown. At Watch School, we set origin to 1 millimeter standard. What do you mean to 1.0 millimeter? You're saying at 0 it should be 1 millimeter? Oh, I see. You had a physical. I do have gauge blocks. I have actual gauges that I could use in order to run these through the gauntlet, which I did do when we first got them. When we first got them, I got the gauge blocks out. I wasn't wearing gloves. You're really technically supposed to be wearing gloves when you handle those things because your finger oil will have be detrimental to the distances that you're measuring. But I got the gauge blocks and we measured a millimeter, half a millimeter. You know, we went through repeatability and stuff like that. But yep. We got to do some QFN soldering today. And I don't know where my QFN op amps are. The op amps I am champing at the bit to test because they are the unknown. I kind of looked through some of the specs of the op amps that I'm ordering, and they seem to be good enough, but I'm not sure if they'll do the job with audio frequencies the way I want them to do things. Which is why, instead of sweating that out, I just ordered a couple, and now we'll have them in the shop, and I'll be able to test them. The TL074 would be the ideal op amp for me to use because it's so common. People have them. They're replaceable. But we have so little room on the back of the circuit board that I decided to go with something that was a QFN. And going with a QFN, the TL074 is only just sort of into the TSSOP era of electronics, which is a little bit after the SO era, which was the like early 90s to late 90s to 2000s, and now we have QFNs, which are even smaller, but the TL074 did not get updated into that technology. So other companies made chips that are the same thing, sort of, possibly for higher frequencies that operate largely the same as a TL074, but have slightly better specs and are QFN. So that's what I got coming in the mail. Let me see where they are. Just open that up in another window. Leave that window up. So the only activity I get is in transit at sort facility. Picked up. It went through Grand Forks, North Dakota. Interesting. Philly, PA. My sort of near me. Okay, so that's, I mean, it's out for delivery. I don't know when it'll get here. We'll check later today. But it's probably going to be towards the evening. We get packages from FedEx around 4 p.m. It's typically by the time they get out to where we are. And I didn't get like business delivery. I think that's generally what, maybe that's what the designation is. Maybe I should have put myself in as a business. Where's YouTube comments? Where are they? They're back here. There they are. This is very decidedly tap water. It's got that tap water twinge to it. You know, that it's like, probably should have grabbed a bottle or something. Yeah, the DigiKey comes in a big inflatable package now. I liked the DigiKey package era when things, and I still think they do, but they come in that, it's like you get like a sheet of cardboard paper and you put it through a machine that just puts ridges into it. And that creates like a more three-dimensional soft packaging, and they wrap up your stuff in that and put it in the box. And then everything can get jostled around and it won't get destroyed. Nowadays, though, for these smaller part orders, they're putting it in plastic. And I guess the reasoning behind that, and Amazon had to address this as well, they claim, they're like, this is more economical, it's so little plastic. And you're still like, but these are, plastics are like semi-permanent. They become microplastics eventually, and then they infiltrate every facet of human life. They're in our brains, they're in our balls. And I just wish like DigiKey would stop. Go back to paper, please. Go back to paper. I don't care if it's less economical. It's more renewable and it's less damaging to the human condition. But no, they insist everything is a numbers game. So should have samples arriving today via FedEx by way of Malaysia. That is a long distance. Hey, samples are fun. I need to get back into looking at samples. There's all kinds of weird samples out there. The last time I got in on a sample order, it was for a motor controller, which is not exactly something that I can use, you know, all the time. Bezos is probably a large percentage of it is plastic at this point. like that, what is it? Not guys, is that guy? Yeah, he is a billion. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. That guy's a billionaire. The guy who's trying to stop his own aging. And he's done that like buccal fat removal that makes you look like a ghoul, and then replaced the plasma in his blood and does all that young blood crap. Can you imagine getting hired as a blood bag? You're like, yeah, you know, in Mad Max, like the 2015 or whatever that was, you know that movie? Yeah, that's me. I'm just a blood bag for this guy, this billionaire. What the hell? He is stored in the balls. It might as well be at this point. A lot of parts I ordered from Mauser go from Texas to Atlanta, then Alabama. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff about this sort of rolling inventory of package delivery that we have going on now. Costs out plastic. Yep. So, but yeah, apparently he had some kind of a facial surgery that made his face puff up. I want to see like later pictures to see if there was any effect of it after that. The guy's like claims he looks 30, but he really just looks his own age. He looks like a fit version of his own age. UV treatments for his hair. Like, do you think that there's probably like a group of people surrounding this guy that make up whatever ridiculous thing they can? You go and you read a newspaper and you see some kind of procedure that was invented, and then you twist it and you make it sort of something that he will pay a lot of money for and ultimately will not have all that much benefit. And you go to him. It's like science grants. You have to come up with something that's plausible and then test to see if it's real. And then you put a huge price tag on it. I would imagine he's surrounded by world-class conmen. I can't believe there's no 3D model of these things. You would think some of these people trying to design their own furniture would love to have a 3D model of this thing. Wee, I'm rolling around. Woo, look at me. This just means that I'll be able to jack the desk up and then jack the desk down and make sure that it sits level. And I bought this one because it's blue. I don't have much other reason. 3D scanner. We took a little dive into 3D scanner for a couple weeks there. And 3D scanning, I haven't found any technology that's really satisfying. I don't have an iPhone, so I don't have the face scan that I could potentially use. Anything that you rent or buy is going to be hundreds of dollars. I think the cheapest one was like $350. You can buy them, you can rent them. But then, you know, there's what, Superfast Matt did a little rundown of a couple of the 3D scanners out there, because I guess every other content creator other than myself seems to be able to communicate with these companies that give stuff out for free. I don't get that. I have barely squeaked by getting an AutoCAD sponsorship. 3D scanner on Android has gotten pretty good, but does it make gigabytes of junk data of all the photos that you're taking? I have a million pictures of a corgi on my phone, and that's all I'm willing to accept in terms of big data. Because if one of these apps that you get that's going to do 3D scanning is going to take gigs and gigs of photo, then Google Photos is going to manage to get me to enable backups because they put a window up that I wasn't able to close until I enabled backups. And then it fills up your Google Drive, and Google goes, hey, do you want to pay us money for this space that you've taken up all of a sudden? Jack, you freeloading piece of crap. And I go, no, this is a scam. You guys scammed me. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have any sponsors either. I watch these videos and these people are like, and then Bamboo Labs sent me a printer. And I'm like, How did you... But like, yeah, there's a whole family of casters that are like this. This is a ripoff of another one, I believe. It doesn't have the loop in the front, and when you kick them, it'll probably adjust it a little bit. But I got a set of these for like $30, $40. So I'll use them on the desk project and see if they're any good. It means that I'll be able to jack off my desk. I mean, jack up my desk, and then I'll be able to like sweep and vacuum under it. Played around with Intel RealSense stereoscopic depth sensor stuff for a moment. Yeah, because we tried the photogrammetry. We tried the laser stuff. I actually still have a laser sitting over in this bin somewhere that I was going to use, a little line laser, and then a Sony camera held off of it, and you can do scanning with that. I was going to give that a try. The whole reason that we were trying it is so that I could get a 3D scan of the airbag region of the Mercedes steering wheel. I bought the Mercedes steering wheel 10-ish years ago for like $300, back before everything got expensive. And I really, we made a whole steering wheel, a whole force feedback steering wheel system around that. It's awesome. It's really, really cool. It works well. I would love for there not to be a big car hole in the middle of my steering wheel. Speaking of, shout out to Carhole. You guys should check out Carhole if you get a chance. My 7A can do good with some of the photogrammetry apps. I have a 6. I don't plan on buying a $700 cell phone anytime soon, so I don't think I'm going to get a 7A or a 7 unless Google wants to sponsor me. I can go, Google, they're like the best company in the world. They're totally not ushering in the destruction of all human society. They're great for not doing that very specific thing that I mentioned. And then the ambience of the music comes in. That music is probably pretty quiet. I haven't listened to a... Yeah, thank you. Shout out to Carhole. That's on Twitch. I don't think that showed up over here. It didn't. That's funny that that doesn't show up. Might be a setting. My 6A did a pretty decent too, just better on the 7. I mean, I can work with a pretty shitty 3D scan, but I think I'd rather have like a dedicated device towards scanning, unless the phone did it that well. But I don't want to take up all that data. I would rather have something that you wave over the device. And I think Creality is the company. One of these 3D printer companies is working on. Well, they have several products that do 3D scanning. It's like $300. I don't think I'm going to buy one anytime soon, but it is a consideration. At that price, it's kind of like, I don't know. Because if I get it, then I can scan things like the steering wheel, like this caster here, and make something that's near enough that makes a difference in my sort of modeling, right? It's not an instant thing. I can't just scan it and then it becomes a fusion body. Although considering some of the stuff that I have access to now with the creator copy of Fusion 360, I might actually have the ability to scan something and then it becomes a fusion body fairly easily. But there's still, regardless, it's probably going to need a certain degree of reverse engineering. Maybe AI will take over that job too. But get it close. If I get a 3D scan, it'll be something that's a little gross, and then I can just make my nice smooth part around that. Maybe I can do that, but purpose-built device would be much better. Well, some of these phones have some weird sensors in them. They're getting kind of desperate to put sensors in stuff. What's that? Mark and Sutton. This is me using a $45,000 Faro laser scanner to get an image of a guy's splint who had locked-in syndrome. Locked-in syndrome sounds like the ultimate fucking torture. Awful, awful. This is Mark and Sutton measuring something. I assume you linked it to me because I'm about to show it on camera, but goddamn, those things are cool. Yeah, those are crazy. That's really, really cool. But yeah, it's the whole thing is like a plastic arm with some very nice sensors in it, and you sort of drag it out to the thing you're measuring, and you just kind of touch it to the thing, and it'll give you those points. That would be one way to do it. I mean, I'm sure that 3D model is a lot cleaner, because then you can be like, I just want this here, maybe that curve, maybe this right here, do some dots here and there, and you don't have this sort of glut of data that you would get from any of the other types of scanning. How's it going, Mark? Purpose-built device, so much better. I've been looking into some open source options. I forget, what is it's like Creality, I think. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up because we're just kind of chewing the fat. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I don't have my ADHD medicine this week. Very fun, very fun. Love it when there's a sort of a false shortage of medications. Very nice when my CVS tells me that they have to get doctor's approval for an alternative medication, and I call them and they say, yeah, we can't get this in stock, so we need to be able to put in an alternative. And I'm like, cool, cool, cool. So you're my doctor. What medication do you think I should take? And they're like, we don't know. We have to call your doctor. Like, my doctor does not communicate with that kind of stuff. They don't speak to CVS. Nobody speaks to CVS. CVS tries to contact these people and they just don't respond. Creality 3D scanner. So tomorrow I'm going to pull out my poison pen and see if there's any options for me. So $1,200, right, for this one. There is a cheaper one though. It's $229 and it's from Creality. It looks like a Logitech Brio. I would love to try this thing out and see what it's capable of. But again, the price tag it sours me just a little bit. $300 is not something that I can just out and purchase suddenly. Doing good. Keeping bus. I assume you're trying to say keeping busty. So I'm glad your boobs are boobling right now. Very nicely. Or boobs boobly boobling. Keeping busy, finishing up some jobs before tomorrow. It sounds like being productive, something that I haven't been. We've been cleaning up this place for Thanksgiving because my brother's coming over for Thanksgiving, so I've got to clean everything, every corner of the house. Every single dust mote will be logged, and it will be marked on the sheet for destruction. I had to change pharmacies because of my doctor had to put my prescriptions for name brand or the generic of my ADHD meds. Yeah, I've been considering moving some of my prescriptions over because there's the durable medical goods place that does everything but my insulin pump for the durable medical goods, stuff I wear. And so the insulin pumps I have to be active on because for some reason, multinational pharmacy has trouble keeping your settings correct. So they'll do something like somebody will push something to the database and it'll suddenly not text me anymore. And I'm like, please keep texting me about this. Please keep this on autofill. Nope, it doesn't do it. It just drops it completely and forgets. Whereas this other place, which is actually a local place that works with sort of the public health program in Pennsylvania, they have been nothing but rock solid. I have to approve all the orders, but they will eventually call me on the phone and go, hey, you have to approve this order. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, approve it. And they'll make sure that I get my stuff. They're really, really good. So I've been considering moving that prescription over. There's always growing pains and something like that. But now that, I don't know, I'm going to give it a couple more orders, a couple more 3-month periods of time where I get my full supply and then I have just a little bit extra in between orders. I was like that with the ADHD medication for this very reason. There have been shortages in the past and now there are shortages now. And I'm sure it's just calculated on the drug maker's behalf, like, oh, let's have a shortage. But I've had enough in stock. Every month, I can save 2 of the pills and just put them in a little pill bottle and pat them on the head and go, you guys are real ones. And then the next month, the same thing happens and it happens again and again and again. Problem is, I had troubles with the medication last time. My stock used it up. So I didn't have any going into this one. So now I need to start squirreling it away again. Yeah, I feel that on the ADHD meds. These shortages should not happen. It should not be possible. Atlantis. Something about price increase. What the hell? The prices on these things like that should not be going up. It should be easier to manufacture as time goes on. That's how manufacturing works. And these companies have been under the gun, especially even by Congress, saying there's no product out there that gets more expensive as it gets produced more. Like, that's not how that works. It's utter criminess. It's criminally-imey, crimey-wimey. Vivinass is a major hassle. I'm Concerta, so it's the microplastics one, I guess. Microsponges. My poop is probably terrible for the environment. Violins gain in value over time. That's not what I mean. Producing a violin is less expensive due to automation, right? Buying a new product that isn't artisanal, like a car, is cheaper to build for the company. An old car might be more expensive. That's not what I'm talking about. Have you heard of OpenScan? It's a pretty well documented 3D scanning project. I think SpeedyCat told me about that. OpenScan? Yes, I do know about OpenScan. Yeah, I don't, well, I mean, the rigging in this case would probably not work for me, but the rest of the technology might. If they're getting this kind of detail, like, yeah, that probably would work out for the steering wheel. It's just coming up with the $198. $220 when this thing's $300? Save up a little longer. Why is it always making perverted figurines? It's always, I look up 3D printing for the Goop printer, and all I get are anime titties in my face. I'm not Ace, you know, but enough is enough. Make it politicized. Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah. $35 insulin was unfortunately a compromise where and by the way, I used to get insulin for $20 a bottle. It used to be decidedly $20 a bottle. 35 is kind of a stupid compromise when the minimum wage hasn't moved since I got my $20 insulin. I got $20 insulin when minimum wage was the same as it is now. But whatever, I guess that price gets to go up. Nothing else does. So that price goes up to $35. Okay, that's manageable. It's still a significant amount of money when you're getting, 4 bottles for a month. 4 bottles for a month. Is that a month? Yeah. So it's $120 out of your budget. Apparently that's acceptable when rent's gone up 800%, but minimum wage is still the same value. Make it make sense. But it would be nice and it would be revolutionary if all the $35 insulin actually happened. Is it going to happen? I don't know. They have like a year to do it, right? Has that expired yet? I don't know. And then the companies, out of goodness of their heart, because they're Boy Scouts, they're so nice, and they decided to make it across the board $35 for Humalog types that have been around since the 90s. So I'm on that type of insulin. I would love to get on faster, more effective insulin so that my glucose level wouldn't stick in the way that I described at the beginning of stream. But I don't get to do that. So I don't know. My pessimism is leaking in. I don't mean to be pessimistic, but it is nice that we've started going down that path. But I just have this very strong feeling it's going to be swept under the political carpet and we'll not hear anything for a while. You're on old insulin. It wasn't, okay, just like the car thing. God, you guys, it's freaking just absolutely tiring nerds. You guys are exhausting. Just like the car thing, I am not on the same insulin from the 90s. I'm on the same formula of insulin from the 90s. God. It's the same formulation of insulin, the same DNA that they inject into bacteria and have giant bioreactors producing. And yet somehow they're able to make that hundreds of dollars, $400 for this stuff of a bacteria crapped out. The consistency is really what you're paying for, because people always bring up $20 Walmart insulin. The problem with the $20 Walmart insulin is that you can have problems with that because the stuff is less analyzed before it's been sent out. Now, should that make it cost $500? No, but that's just what that insulin is. It's usable. I would use it in a pinch. The Walmart $20 insulin, I would use it in a pinch, but I'd have to be very cautious about it because it would suddenly start to react. And it also takes a lot of time to react. It makes managing your glucose levels a little bit difficult. But there's the stuff that the bacteria craps out, and then there's the stuff derived from livestock organs. Be-do-do. Be-do-do-do-do. Wait, no, that's not the right song. All right, I'm going to get the music out of here, and we're actually going to get to work. Insulin as a speed. Yeah, it's actually, the thing about insulin is your own supply, your own body supply. Your pancreas farts it out into your bloodstream and all's good, right? Your pancreas is just like 7,000 organs in a trench coat. It's 7,000 glandular structures in a trench coat, and it is a surgeon's worst nightmare to get anywhere near this thing. because it is full of just this venous structure. It's got a lot of veins and stuff going through it so that it can go and fart out a bunch of material into your bloodstream. So that's what the pancreas normally does. The islets of Lagrange, I believe, is where the beta cells, and we're not talking like Gen Z talk, like beta cuck shit. I don't give a shit about Gen Z talk. Anyway, the beta cells are in there, and the beta cells are what your immune system goes, I don't think so, buddy, and they attack it, and then you get type 1 diabetes, right? So that happens all in the pancreas, and you make your own supply. When you inject external insulin, you are using an intramuscular needle. It's a very short little needle. It goes through the skin, all the way through the skin, because the skin has several layers to it. That is a giant emote. Skin has several layers to it. Needle goes all the way down into that, into your muscle, into the interstitial fluid, which is the stuff between your muscles and your skin and crap. And so you inject it, and then there's just a cloud of insulin inside of that stuff. And insulin's not really supposed to be there. What it does is it seeps through those layers into the muscle, where it is eventually going to find its way to the blood, because it goes through the inner space of the cells, and the cells transport stuff, whatever. So they've got all kinds of little tricks to add to the insulin to make it react faster. And so when people talk about designer insulins, they're talking about faster acting insulins. You know, we got faster and faster acting insulins, and they say diabetics don't need that. They can just take the regular insulin. Well, everybody's got a different situation. So I hate all the gatekeeping that happens in diabetes, because all of these chuds get in on the discussion thinking that they're a fucking doctor. You're not a doctor. None of these people arguing about insulins are doctors. They should speak to some real fucking doctors. My doctor is mad. He is a bunch of anger in a trench coat. If he wore a trench coat, he's in a lab coat. He's like just this angry person because of the sort of situation out there. I've been seeing him since I was 9 years old. I moved away and didn't see him for a little bit. And actually, my endocrinologist was one of his students when I was in DC. When I came back to Philadelphia, same doctor, and he's still mad. This stuff has been going on for a while. Anyway, not to get too heady into the discussion. Again, I don't have ADHD meds, so I can't concentrate on anything. Got to get that dopamine. I got parts in the mail. These are TLO62s that I thought I would use before. I've gone through a couple iterations of this design. What we're trying to build here. Well, short intro, just 1 hour and 20 minutes. Was that really an hour and 20 minutes? How long was that one? Don't give me crap about the size of my intro. You size queens. You guys all think an hour and 20 minutes is a decent intro. I was watching Benji all morning, and he's still introing. I don't even think he's gotten to his game yet. Anyway, so that was like 3 hours. All right, topic change. We are working on something for Julian. Julian calls me up on the phone via text, and he sends me this text, and he says, hey, I'm looking for a 2-channel mixer that does stereo L&R. 2 L&R mono inputs that are mixed together into a singular headphone output. And the headphone output has to have an independent volume control from the mixer. So you would plug in your left and right channels, set up the mix, and then you would have your stereo output. Now, without getting into the realm of putting special knobs on the thing, that is the limit of plugs that I can have. He wants some kind of a normalization of L&R. I don't think I can provide that. I think what I can do potentially, why did I emphasize potentially? I was about to say potentiometer after that, and that's going to make it sound like I was trying to be clever, but it was way too lame to be clever. I would listen to that from another creator and roll my eyes. Anyway, I would like to have a potentiometer on the back, 2 potentiometers, that would allow you to normalize the left and the right channel to make sure that they adjust the same way to one another. We haven't gotten there yet. We've been testing out circuits. And so the design has been gone over and gone over again and gone over again. We've got a couple little ideas in there on what to do about the circuit. And as they go, I want to be able to actually test things. And so I've been ordering stuff on the side. So I've got these TLO62s. These are the slightly less noisy TLO74. And actually, these are the ones in the 303. So I'll be able to put one of these in the 303 in order to make sure that we get the right sound levels out of the thing. That's probably partially why I bought these. But these are TLO73s. TLO73. They've got 3 amplifiers. TLO62. TLO62. We don't need this. We'll put it away for now. But as I've gone through the ideas, I've been ordering stuff, and so I've got the output amplifier for the M303 in case I wanted to individually put down the op amp. So I was thinking if I spread them off individually, then I can fit them on that tiny little board a little bit more efficiently. It's not really the case. I have, this one's used, I used one of these. So this is the transconductance amplifier that we're using in this case. And then the part that I got, the star of the show today, is this headphone amplifier. This is a bespoke headphone amplifier. It is a little bit of a special thing. I also got a headphone amplifier board. It's like a high quality headphone amplifier. It touts itself as such. I looked through the documentation and it's not totally clear what type of signal this thing wants to get in. I think it wants a plus minus 6 volt signal. So we're going to try to provide it with that. And we're going to put this into single-ended mode, not double-ended mode. I could put it in double-ended mode. We'll be able to play with that when the proper op amps come in the mail. Everything on this circuit is now going to go to a quad flat no lead package. QFN is a fairly more recent type of chip. You know, you got your BGAs, your ball grid arrays, where it's just a very thin, like epoxy package with all of these dots on it in a grid. BGAs are psychotic. They're very hard to design with, and they're very difficult to get traces out of. Working with BGAs is just torture that we do not need. You solder them with hot air, and then you pray that everything connects, because if it doesn't, you have to reball it. And reballing is not like a b-ball term. Reballing is just torture. You have a sheet of FR4 with all the holes drilled in it where all of those pads are, and then you very precisely align the thing, and you get solder into all of those little channels, and they ball up on the pins. It's bullshit. Yeah, it's really annoying. But QFN is a response to how absolutely fucking gross BGAs are. QFN, quad flat no lead, you have a square chip, it's larger, and it on the periphery of the chip, of the square thing, you have these pads that are on just the surface of the epoxy substrate. So with QFNs, sometimes you have a big heat sink at the middle, the middle of the chip. That's easier to deal with because, you know, if there's bad connection to that heat sink, it's not necessarily going to blow up your whole project, right? BGA work isn't that hard. Do you do BGA work? I mean, people who do it, I respect, because I have not done a lot. Oh my God. I'm not going to get into some pedantic discussion about what stereo is. What the crap are you talking about? No, this doesn't, chill out, you freaking nerds. God damn. We've got a left and a right channel, and you can put audio into one. Are you winning, Bother? No, I'm actually, no, I'm not. No, I am not. I'm not winning because I haven't taken control from these fucking nerds yet. Jeez. Oh my God, I'm so, okay. What we're doing is we're taking a channel of left and a channel of right as two separate channels, and we're putting them both into an amplifier, and we're putting another left and a right into the same amplifier, and we're mixing it all together in a configuration that is called a mixer. Here's the scheme. Write that down. Put that on a toilet. All right, so in that vein, I bought these chips because they're slightly more modern than whatever it is, than surface mount, because the SO format, some of the only format that we can get some of these chips in. Our transconductance amplifier, which is vital to this circuit because this allows us to actually mix things. It allows me to have multiple controls of the things that are mixed. So what I can do is I can get a voltage level, and I can put it into two different amplifiers, and I can amplify two things separately using the same control voltage level, assuming that everybody works just about the same. No, that's when you're done the design. And again, this is, man, I can't even have an intro without somebody complaining about it being too. All right, you guys leave me alone. I don't stream because I like to have feedback about my projects. Wait a minute. So anyway, I'm tired of finding out what I'm like. So anyway, the whole thing is I can control multiple channels, and what Julian wanted was 3 different controls over the volume level. And so here's our schema, and this is actually what hopefully in the end everything looks like. There will be changes. For instance, I need to, why can't I find my cursor? There it is. There will be changes to this, but basically what we have is a right and a left channel coming in, and then one control for both of those channels. So the one control will fade in and out this piece of the mix, this RL piece of the mix. And that RL piece of the mix then goes to another set of amplifiers where it'll have an overall volume control. So you balance one set of left-right to the other set of left-right. They mix together here in this weirdo crossover looking thing, and then they all get adjusted simultaneously in order to give us a left and a right output. If I need to, I might, stop zooming. The zoom on MS Paint is very, very rudimentary. But then these two separate things, right? I don't necessarily need two of these amplifiers, so we could maybe put them to another task. The problem is I can't do the type of mixing that I want to do with just one of these things. So I need two of them, barely, which means that I have two SO14 chips going onto the board. I'm gonna open up Fusion 360 in the background, and I'll be able to show you what the size is. It's basically 10 millimeter by 100 millimeter I have to fit all this crap into. So throwing in capacitors is not gonna be something that I can do universally, and the problem is I'm not really good at that stuff. I don't really know precisely why there are so many capacitors on consumer products. Why do we put so many capacitors in? Generally, when you're designing something like this, and as you've seen in the other screen there, you start with a very simple protocol, and I guess you would run into problems as you go. We're like, oh, we're getting noise when it's plugged into this like, oh, if you plug this in Brazil where they put heaters in their shower heads, you get problems electrically because all of their electricity there is coming from some kind of an interferency source. So, okay, so I got to put caps on that. I don't know where consumer products learn all those lessons, how they learn them and why they put them in like that. You generally can sprinkle stuff with capacitors. Maybe I'll put a cap here and a cap here and a cap here. That'll get it to work. But it seems like ultimately when I analyze like a real product, not this isn't a real product, this is a breakout board for testing. When I analyze a real actual product, they have way more capacitors than I would consider putting in on my own, and way more than we generally see on boards like this. There's an update. Come on, man. Update Fusion. Fusion's always updating. So anyway, going to QFNs means that I can save as much of that board for my SO14s as possible. These are very difficult to fit in. These will be a little bit easier. Getting all the resistors and capacitors around these things are going to be an absolute chore. But I will not commit these to the final design because we haven't put down a singular trace yet, right? We've gone through the motions of, can I fit all the in-out jacks? Can I fit all the thonky kongs and all of the knobs and whistles and bells on the front panel? The answer to that was yes, but it was a difficult conclusion to get to. We had to alter a lot of the three-dimensional parts because when I put in the potentiometer, I'm going to have to flatten the pins and then bend them again so that it's just a little bit more narrow. So we've answered that question yes, and it was an unfortunate, difficult yes to answer. Now the question is, can I fit the whole circuit? Can I fit a working mixer circuit onto this board? And the answer is question mark, because I have to build the actual circuit. I don't know what the circuit is. So we're going to build part of the circuit. We're going to see whether or not these chips that I found are appropriate. So the first one that I got in the mail is the headphone amplifier. The headphone amplifier saves me from having to do specific design work in relation to gains and matching and stuff like that. Like this saves me a little bit of brain work because this is an ASIC that is specifically designed to provide high quality headphones with all of the juice that they need, right? So that's where these come in. We're going to test this today. So far, we have tested audio from Eurorack, so plus minus about, I think this one's 10 volts. It's a lot of volts. Plus minus 10 volts coming in. We've put it into the transconductance amplifier's favorite little input. We have been able to mix two signals and turn the volume up and down on both of them. Well, no, on one of them. Not both simultaneously. We still have to figure out the simultaneous mixing of basically the control voltage to two things. And I think the amplifiers that are coming in the mail, when we test those, we can put those to task and see if they're able to adjust two things at once, because there's something internal going on this chip. There's some kind of an impedance to it that it's just kind of like it affects its own voltage. We're still downloading the update. This is Fusion. Fusion is unfortunately an online product. I wish it wasn't, but it is. That means you get features faster, but it also means that you have to update things. So yeah, that's where we are with this design, and I'm kind of taking baby steps because this thing is kind of simple, and I can bring you guys along the path of idea, napkin to product. I can bring you guys along with the whole thing. And I know this is like yak number 50 in terms of all of the projects that I actually have on my plate right now. That'll tend to happen. We'll circle back. We'll do the module testing module and all that. It's like I really could use the module testing module with this project because I could plug in 2 sources and have like a square wave and a triangle wave at once. Whereas I've only got one of these VCOs built up. Do I have another one? I have a different VCO on my modular setup that I could bring over, but so QFNs. Okay, let's get the scope out of here until we need it. That's a manual control. I need to go over all my controls and redo all that stuff. So I was going to take this audio chip and I was going to plop it down on this board. I was going to put down a piece. Actually, I didn't have to put down a piece of tape. I was just going to glue it directly to this board with all the pins surrounding it. This is just a piece of prototyping, through-hole prototyping board, perforated prototyping board. Hold on, I'm going to send a text message. Say, if that's DigiKey, you can throw it down the stairs. Hold on, I got to send a text message. I need like a text message thing. Wait. Text. Actually, we'll take this one. That's not the one. I'm sending, Boomer is sending a text message. What am I doing? No, that's that app. No, okay, I gotta go over there, and then I have to not start a chat. Is it in the list? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can do it like this. And then I gotta IF space THAT. Where's apostrophe? Apostrophe's not on the keyboard? No, apostrophe should be, okay, yeah, there it is. If that, okay, S space DI, it's DigiKey, I think it capitals the D and the Digi, I think the, well, whatever, DigiKey toss, you can, no, I don't want to seem insistent. You can toss it down. Do I put like a heart after the, what do we do with text? Do we do that with text? Do we put like little hearts, like kissy faces maybe? Maybe a little kissy kissy? No, I don't, maybe not kissy kissy. Maybe we don't do that. Okay, I sent a text message, everybody. I did it. I did it. I did it. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Wait, why didn't that one come through? Why are my chat rooms always so messed up? You and you, see that right there? That's a Wayne Johnson. Oh, you know what? I think the big emote, the Ambiginify emote thing breaks chat. Oh, hey, it was a DigiKey. All right, hold on. I gotta, you know what? I have to disable that. If it's gonna break my stream monitoring stuff. All right, let me go get the DigiKey. So we do have op amps. That's good. That means we can do a whole soldering session today. We can gripe about the difference between 0.4 and 0.5 millimeter pin pitches. Why there's both, I don't understand. Probably just because board houses have been trying to get better and better at printing things so small. Ugh. All right. Awesome. We can continue. See, it comes in branded DigiKey stuff. All right. That's not a knife. This is a knife. The Leatherman Skeletal is one of the best pocket Leatherman that exists. I will not be fielding questions about why I think that. This is just an objective fact. The Leatherman Skeletal is one of the greatest tools in existence, and it deserves your pocket. It's awesome. It's one of the best things to carry around. Click. Unfortunately, it comes razor stupid sharp. Maybe that's not unfortunate, but it means that it's pretty dangerous. It's really cool. It's been around for a long time. I'm sure there are other Leatherman products that they would claim are better, but the Skeletal has been like a rock. It's such a good tool. All right, I think all that I ordered from them was just the... Oh, Pam signed one. Yeah, this is just $40 in op amps. I bought 10. Never buy things in the exact quantity of what you need. Electronics can sometimes meet with an untimely end. Timely, untimely? I guess it would be untimely end. So you want to order way more than you need in development, which is why, you know, projects can get expensive, even if they're very simple, like this thing is. Moisture sheets. So you get a free silica gel packet that you can put with your 3D printer spools, and you get to see that this thing has never been exposed to moisture. Well, now it's going to sit in a little plastic bin in my electronic supplies. I got the hiccups. It's going to sit in a little plastic bin in my electronic supplies where it will definitely be exposed to lots and lots of moisture. I might even, just for fun, spill coffee on them. When you're developing stuff, that's not that big of a deal. If I were soldering 10,000 of these, I'd want to know that they were kept out of... Why is there a little lag in the camera? What's going on there? Is something taking up all of my memory? One second. If you have like a manufacturing setup, like you definitely don't want moisture getting in, but here it's just going to be super exposed. Who is taking up all of my processing cycles? Is it still this? Oh my God, it's even struggling to open Task Manager. Chrome is taking up an entire gigabyte. Fusion is also taking up 1.5, 1.3, 1.5 and 1.3 gigs. They have taken it all. They've taken all of my processing. Anti-malware service executable is in fourth place. OBS gets nothing. OBS gets like the table scraps. If you own a pick and place, yeah. It's like this card is specifically for owners of tens of thousands of dollars of pick and place machines. I see, it's still downloading the update. Man. So that's why we've got like a little bit of a video lag going on here right now. Aha, take on me levels of frame rates. If you hold control, they stop jumping around on that list. I've heard that before and I didn't remember it. I'll have to try to commit that to permanent memory. My brain is no longer plastic like young people have. So it's tough to learn things. Chrome's been chooching at me for the past 2 days. Chrome's a goldfish, right? It's like a weird, ever-expanding goldfish that'll take up exactly as much room as you give it in order to give you a nice, smooth web. Firefox may be a little bit better with memory, but I mean, Chrome uses it because it can. When it doesn't have the ability to take up all that space, it will start shutting down tabs in the background, which is kind of annoying for me. And I may have to go to Firefox, which is, you know, it's like switching CAD programs, especially this day and age. You know they're monitoring you no matter what. There's just different foibles with the different pieces of software. So Firefox would be a consideration. It has all the plugins that I'd want to run, ad block, but then, yeah, Firefox is pretty good. I've heard good things, and I used to use Firefox before switching to Chrome. Chrome offered me Microsoft Word, et cetera, all just kind of wrapped into a browser for free at a time when I was dropping Microsoft products. So they kind of hooked me in, and I've just been using it since. But with Firefox, it would basically, you know, I'd have to make it stream worthy and stuff. But sucks I rely only on the live CC on Chrome. Yeah. I also need to clean out all the drives. My email has been taking over. They put up a window on my phone where I was trying to send somebody a picture. They put up a thing that said, hey, do you want to enable backups? And I'm like, no, I don't want to enable backups. There was no Xbox on it. There was no cancel. It was just an OK button, and it blocked my photos, so I couldn't put the photo into the message that I wanted to send. So I had to click OK, and at that moment, my phone just like became an uploading machine, and it just sent all of my photos into Google and filled up my drive. I was so mad. What is this? Quick setup. So this is new. SolidWorks Inventor, Alias, Tinkercad, PowerMill, Other. So default units, millimeter. This is new. This is totally new. Pan, zoom, and orbit. Learn by doing. Start measuring. Start here. Guided tutorials. So this is like a new user kind of thing. Which one am I? You know, to be honest, I'm none of these. CAD experience, other. It would be Eagle. Does this change anything? Maneuver your model using the following controls. Oh, I see. This is. So they want to change to whichever one of these systems are. I'm just going to go other. No, wait, no. Pan and zoom, I guess, would be that one. Inventor, F2, F3, F4. Interesting. I don't want this choice. Power mill. And then other is just the, yeah. Pan, zoom, and then orbit is shift. Is it shift and center mouse? Huh. Well, I'm going to click OK, and then everything's going to be different, and I'm going to get mad. Yeah, this is right. Okay, that's what I've gotten used to with Fusion. Oh, I hate this about if you pan and zoom and stuff, you end up, your center ends up moving. So you do flips. Wait, I thought there was a thing that corrected that in Fusion. I didn't think that happened all the time. Where your axis, whoa, does weird stuff like that. Huh, I have to like re-enable defaults because I got used to it the way it used to be. It's going to be expressly annoying. All right, let's bring this back in, and then we're going to do a bunch of soldering today, and I'm just going to have the Fusion open so that I can show you the stuff, show you all the decisions that have been made. Put the B in front of other. There we go. But other. Put a little exclamation, put an asterisk, like it's a hyphened name or whatever. Okay, so we are looking at, oh, you know what I need to do? I need to send Julian and Dave something from my CAD. I wonder if I can do that just, well, we'll do that later. So let's do modular synthesizer projects. And then we're in Julian's absurd volume knob. Julian didn't like the working title for this thing, but whatever, he can deal with it. All right, so this is the 3D model of the PCB. It looks like it's ignored my view settings too. Environment, River Rubicon. River Rubicon, you can see right there that the colors didn't change, although our impression of the colors next to other colors do change. It's, you know, blue and white or golden, or what? Gold and, no, what is it? Blue and gold, black and blue, white and gold, right? The colors that are next to the colors that we see influence our impressions of them, and people get confused about it. The dress was clearly blue and white, but what is this? Why is this happening? Oh, because I'm in the, okay, I need it to be in constrained orbit. I think that, yeah, okay, there's my controls again. So constrained orbit, make sure that you don't get that phenomenon. You'll see this in like building games and games that give you this third-person perspective that you can move around, is when you've got this kind of control and you don't constrain the orbit, your axis, there's a discrepancy in the axis, and you start actually, you know, moving around on kind of a weird plane. A lot of games that let you like pick stuff up and move it around in kind of an orbit, they don't constrain it, and so if you get into trouble, the way to fix the tilt is by going like this. You go in little circles, and each time you finish a circle, it will tilt just a little bit more. So you can see I'm not doing anything to like yaw or whatever that is, the rotation axis. I'm not messing with our view's rotation axis. I'm just viewing whatever error it is by the pointing system that compounds on itself in order to flip you around. So if you're in like Skyrim and you're trying to put down like a thing of soup, and you've got a control over the thing of soup, you can do that the little twisties in order to get it to sort of right itself. Yeah, the yaw, Y-A-W, A-A-A, if you're saying it exactly how I just said it. Okay, so anyway, constrained orbit fixes that. So now we are constrained on the ground plane, and that gives us a slightly better, a better viewing experience in my mind, because you're not suddenly like, why is this thing upside down? Anywho, so here's the electronics design, and here's sort of what it's got going on underneath. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of space. Unlike a regular circuit board that might have fewer through-hole things, the through-hole stuff in here is absolutely mandatory because it holds up the circuit board. I like it better through-hole. There are, I guess, surface mount versions of these products, but they take up a lot more space on the PCB. So through-hole, you can get nice and close to each other. We made space-restrictive pads on everything in order to free up as much inter-device space as possible. So these QFN parts are going to offer us just that little bit more of space in between things. I've yet to put the headphone amp on here, but it's basically simulated. It's just going to be 4 of these chips and then 2 SO chips, which may have to go in this location. Where this thing is, I may have to put a surface mount chip, and that'll go all the way up to the edge. It's going to be a nightmare to figure out how to route all these signals. So, that being said, we need to test to see that the circuit works with the QFN parts that I found. The TL074, our wonderful little amp that we've been using for 30 years, does not have a QFN part. There are parts that have similar specifications that are QFN. So that's what I bought. That's what just came from DigiKey. So we can hook up the amplifiers, and we can hook up the headphone amplifier, and I can see what works. This is the headphone amplifier. It is in a QFN package. There are many like it, but this one is mine. This is the amp. It's in a slightly different QFN package. In fact, actually, that's not it. This is the amp. It's in a slightly different QFN package. In fact, it's so annoying that the pin pitch of the 2 different devices is different. One is 0.4 of a millimeter. The other is 0.5, or no, 0.04 and 0.05. And I guess the reason behind that is that there's multiple standards, because at some point we were unable to make the smaller pin pitch. And then once we were able to make the smaller pin pitch, some a-hole decided that it would be a great idea to make the smaller pin pitch. Now this one is going to be obnoxious. Uh-oh. This one is more than 4 pins. This is 5 pins, and then it's got these 2 pins that are in a weird spot. So we might have to actually do the dead bug soldering for the amplifier, or sorry, for the headphone amplifier. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. Well, I got these. They sell these all over the internet, and they usually have pretty quick shipping. Remember last time we were dead bugging, and then we suddenly discovered that I could source breakout boards in less than a day. So we did. Now I got 0.4 and 0.5 on these boards, but I guess I could probably order, damn it, I should have ordered the right thing. I didn't think about how many pins there were. Then again, wait a minute, are these going to be at a regular spot for the pins? It kind of looks like they would, but if they're off by a little bit, yeah, okay, so we can't, so a breakout board would not have helped us. You can see right here, this pin is right up at the edge of the whole thing. Is that right? Hold on, I gotta make sure that I'm not taking crazy pills here. Right up at the edge, we kind of come into the center of that pin, whereas right up at the edge, we come before that pin. So these are not spaced in the same way as these. This thing is psychotic. Yeah, here, let me get you guys in closer. We have one more zoom setting. Here's my digital zoom. It's like falling down a flight of stairs, and then you get to see stuff a little bit better. so the difference between these two, this is a 4-pin, this one's a 5-pin. Looking at where this line is, it's right up at the edge of that. Is this in the same place? Kind of seems like it is. It kind of seems like there would be 3 pins. Here, I can do it this way. I need to get another one out of the package, though. I'm checking to see if one of these breakout boards would be compatible with this thing. What are the markings on the top? I think that's the right one. Oh, weird. There's like grease where the pins were. You can see there's like little greasy spots where the pins were. Oops, wrong one. Well, we'll need multiples anyway. Drop that on the board. So let's just see. Does one end butt up against the other end of the pins line up? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. God damn it. So these are square packages. They're 3x3mm, but the special super duper pins that they put on here, I'm so annoyed when, why do they do this? They just wanted to make sure that I wasn't able to buy a 5-pin breakout board and use it properly. To be fair, using the 5x5 breakout, this actually wouldn't be so bad. It would solder to one or the other, and then that would end up next to each other on the board. So maybe I should get, because this is a little bit more elegant than, what do you call it? This is a little bit more elegant than me dead bugging the chip. But I guess we have time today. We'll try to dead bug this and see what happens. I can use motor wire, and I can go to all the individual pins, and then we can move them out to this thing. What is it? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we could use all the pins on here, every part of the Buffalo, and then my making this thing the other day would not be in vain. It just means that the pins are going to be more confusing. Unless I built it like this, put it underneath, and then the pins would make sense. They're going to be kind of crazy go nuts just because this thing is flipped up on its belly. So, very annoying. I mean, there is a pin 1 marking on the underside, but yeah, dead bug it. Well, I don't want it just to be me showing off my soldering skills in the stream, but we'll give it a shot. Might as well. Maybe just in case I'll buy a breakout board, because these things are so available here. If I go to browser real quick, where's my Bower window? Hey, we don't need that one anymore. Browser, okay. Amazon, and then QFN breakout. SMD dips dual socket, 16 QFB. We're 5, 10, 15, 20, so we're 20 pin. Dipped dual sided, 32 QF, 16, 64, 32, 48. I mean, we could get a larger one, but 100 pin, that's got to be torture. Yeah, these are the ones that I got. It's these two. 32 and 16. So 4 times 4 is 16. We are 5 times 4. Which doesn't seem to be available as easily with super duper shipping. 40. SOIC. Why does that get in the search? I don't understand. Oh, here's just a USB serial chip. Ah, yes, let's get a ZIF socket for $30. All right, never mind. They're not as easy to find. So we're totally justified in dead bugging this thing. So, all right, we're going to dead bug the audio chip. The other one we are just going to solder directly to our little adapter board. Now you can notice here, there is no heatsink on this thing. It doesn't matter if the chip gets super hot. I don't think it's going to necessarily totally need a heatsink in the middle. So this thing is what pin pitch? This one I think is the point. Oh no, it's the larger one. Okay, so this is the pin pitch for that, and that's what we're going to solder down, but we're going to do it right side up. And then just to confuse everybody, the other one's going to go the other way around. So there's a pin 1 marking over there. Why they put little explosions all over their thing is beyond me. This seems like something that you may not want to really advertise in your product. Stargazer, huh? You know what I think about that? You know what I think about that? Here's what I think about your big-ass logo on the top of this thing. Little closer in. I think you're wasting my... What is this down here? XQFP. Yeah, all right. Goodbye. Goodbye, wasted space. There we go. Nice and square and small. Although I need to give this a little bit of a file. Nah, well, we don't have the file nearby. I had this one. Oh, I had this one. Where did my file go? I had a file on the magnet hanger, and I don't know where it went. How did that one go away? Did we use it? I must have used it. I'm hard-pressed for files these days. The math ain't mathin'. The math doesn't math out. My math hurts. There you go. There's use a little microfile on it just to get the weird cut edge flat so it doesn't look crooked. My cut is naturally a little bit crooked because I am a human being. That's good enough. All right, we're gonna live with that. So let's get the QFN soldered. It's not that hard to solder. We don't have a heatsink pin, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna move these chips all the way up here. Move the chips way out of the way, and we'll get the 4x4 pin amplifier there. I wish they had put the headphone amp in a 4x4 QFN. That would have been nice and uniform, but apparently it has to be much larger. Let's back you guys out a little bit because we're going to do... First, we're going to put it on the breadboard, and that'll give it a little bit of weight. And that weight will allow me to kind of kick it around when I'm maneuvering the iron. So get all this stuff out of the way. Get tweezers, get these transconductance amplifiers, the headphone board. I want this over here. We don't need power, so I'm going to disconnect that for now. We will need it in a minute, but not at the moment. Goes over there. Get the jumpers out of the way. I have a bunch of these boards now that I don't need. We'll make 2 of these. I think that's... Well, 3 is really the number that I need. So maybe we'll build up 3 of these boards. Let me do the cutting right now. And the rest of them go into storage. Hi, please review positively. No promises. All right, it's another one. 1, 2, 3. I think that's going to be, that's the maximum number that I can fit on the board, and that is way too many op amps. So if I really want to do like clipping indication, I guess I could do it with this many. Hopefully we won't need this many. All right, so that's 3 boards that I got prepped there. Now I could just put the jumpers, sorry, not jumpers, the headers into the board. And I guess they do them in groups of 4. It's actually kind of annoying that they would do that and not have 16 in a row with the chip in the middle. I guess they wanted to have long pads on them. 2 leftover ones. It's going to be like that. So what the breadboard in this instance does is the breadboard will provide us with... Oh, look at that. Poke that one up. It provides us with a heat sink, so that I can solder these in, keep them all straight, keep them on the straight and narrow, and provide a thing to bleed off all the excess heat so we don't end up breaking stuff. What's going on here? Oh, is it an uneven number? No, that's okay. That's correct. Good. Now which side is up? This would be the smaller pitch. We're the larger pitch. Just double check that before I lock it in. Get some better grip on this thing. Yeah, that's the right pitch. Okay. All right, so solder all of these pins in. Get the iron. Iron's been on. Use the largest tip you can. Larger tip you feel comfortable soldering with, because that's going to bring with it that sort of sudden heat that'll keep you from damaging stuff. There's all kinds of jumpers from the other part of this board. So I'm applying the solder on one end of the pin, although I do cheat it a little bit by adding just a tiny bit of solder to the iron in order to get some of that rosin core flowing out, get a little bit of that flux flowing out. And that will kind of begin the process of heating up that pin so that you can apply the solder from the opposite end of the iron. You want to be applying the solder directly to the pad. It doesn't matter if it's opposite or not. You just want solder on the pad, and you want it to flow in and coat everything as though it were liquid, because it is. Watch your fingers. Don't get too close to the iron. You would think that the iron, being extremely hot, notably hot indeed, would prevent you from doing dumb things like pinching it or touching it in any way. But I can tell you right now, it doesn't work that way. Sometimes you just smack your finger into the iron. Your body doesn't sense the heat for just a little bit. Now, this isn't a bolt pattern on a Chevy long block. This is soldering individual pins. I anchored it in the corners, and now I can just go through one by one. I don't necessarily have to do a star pattern. It's not a wheel on a car. It doesn't need to be soldered in a particular order for it to be even. You just lock it in and then go down the row. This is annoying. It keeps hitting the side of that. Oh, no, no, no. That's something you got to watch out for. Solder bridges are fairly annoying. And then because these are through hole, if I really wanted to be super careful, I could keep the heat on for just a little bit and let it soak in. You'll see this will start to kind of retract. Oh, maybe not. Sometimes you see it. You see it kind of retract a second time because the bottom of the via and the pad underneath are heating up and getting coated with solder. It doesn't often happen when you remove pin headers from the board. Oftentimes you'll remove pin headers from the board and you'll see that underneath, on the opposite side of where it was soldered, there is no solder. It doesn't get all the way through to the other pad. What is this? Why is this happening often? I think it's just because the iron is loaded up with solder at this point. Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't be happening. Why is that opposite side not flowing? This right here doesn't look healthy. Oh, maybe it is just covered in solder. There's so much excess. Try to remove some of that by just dragging it out. What in the hell? There, see, I had to get heat into that pin. For some reason that pin was very difficult to get heat into. Once you do, it kind of flows around. I'm not putting any downward pressure on this. I'm literally just placing it onto the pad. Looks like some of them are kind of fighting me. There you go, jeez. You get this right here. I'm having a lot of trouble with this, and I don't know why. You know, sometimes things just don't cooperate. Maybe it's got too much finger oil on it. It's also possible that my tip needs a little bit of cleaning. Like that. Hold it in. Apply this. Allow the heat to propagate and the solder to flow. Once you get something tinned, which is what the process is called of coating in solder, once it's tinned and it doesn't have any outward signs of being a cold solder joint, it can never be untinned. You can remove the excess of solder from it, but that solder has made a near molecular bond with the gold plated pad. The only way you'd really be able to remove any of that tinning is by using a mechanical means, by scraping or sanding to remove that excess. Now, that doesn't, because you guys are insufferable freaking nerds. You guys will probably say, you could electroplate it off. Sure, yeah, you probably could. But whatever. It just means that me in the shop has no way of removing the tinning. It's the same thing with brass. As soon as it's tinned, it's just there. wait for it. Hey, what's up, Matt? Have you been a minute? Okay, so there's that. Now, how bother are you then going to solder the QFN? Funny thing about QFNs is that they have all of these leads on the edges of the IC. What I can do, put this thing down, line up the dot with pin 1, which this is fairly irresponsible, them putting all these little explosions all over their silk screen. That's not a great idea, because it's like, wait, maybe the big one, this big one right here, maybe that's the one that I should be lining up. No, it's not. Pin 1 lines up to here. This is a breakout board. It shouldn't be fun. You don't have to make your breakout boards fun. Other electronics can be fun, but breakout boards, nah. So I'm going to be tasked with aligning this thing properly and getting it to solder in. There's a couple strategies that I could employ. I kind of want to do it by hand, just to show you guys by hand what that looks like. Why did they bust out this right here? What's going on with that? Just flatten it, man. There's no purpose to that. So I can do an anchor pin, a singular anchor pin, and then I can look in on the side to see if my other sets of pins have been aligned. This gives you plenty of room to solder. It's a very large footprint. To be fair, I could probably solder in that other chip. I would just be missing 2 pins, and I think they might be important pins. No, that wouldn't work. Wait a minute, that wouldn't work. The thing would have to be down, and then it would align all weird. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't work. Anyway, so we got that in alignment. Let's bring this thing out a little bit, and then we'll add just a little drop of solder on that, and that'll flow over that entire pad. And I can't help but hit the other pads while I'm doing this, but we'll just load this one up with solder all the way to the end. Turns out I'll be doing 2 at once. All right, that's not aligned at all, nor is it soldered at all. We might just have to use hot air for this. I might have to actually fold and use hot air. That's off by a little bit. Yeah, the tough part is that I need to get in on the side of this and actually see what we're doing. Close, but not quite. I need to just tilt it a little bit. So I may fold and use hot air, but the whole purpose of what I'm doing right now is just showing you that these are hand solderable. That might line up a little better. Wish I could see through this to see if I was lining it up properly, or if I had tiny little mirrors. Is that one not aligning? Hard to see if this one's in alignment. Oh, come on. Is it like a home row error? What's going on there? I can't really see. Let's try to get the focus properly. The focal length is very, very small on this camera. It's actually kind of hard without the extra light in there. So I don't know if the opposite end is lining up. Yeah, the lighting situation is a little weird. If I use a flashlight on this, I bet it'll be very apparent what's going on. Yeah, there we go. That is not aligned. No, is it aligned? Oh no, there's a pin hanging out all the way over there. Huh, okay. Why is that one so hard to read? This one's much easier to read. No, it's not. Hmm. Yep, having a little trouble here. The thing about using hot air is that this will kind of maneuver itself in a very small space to align with all the pads that it's been given because of surface area. But you can see this is twisted a little bit, and so these are off. Let's move over to hot air, and we'll see if I could just do it quickly with hot air. So I'm going to take it out of here, and I'm going to put it on a heat sink. I'm not going to support it, and I'll add solder to all of those pins. Well, I could do paste. But I don't think I'll do paste. So get this pad out just because this is resistant to the heat. It's a heat sink after all. And then we'll just quickly use hot air on it. Oh, but the problem is these pins are going to wander around if I heat this thing up with hot air. So these pins you would not do as the first operation like I did if you knew you were going to use hot air. So I could flatten this out. We could just put this in the vise. Oh no, that's not going to help. Hold on. Thinking. What can I do in order to keep those pins in place? I can just be careful, haha, and it'll just stay kind of lifted up. I could put it in the vise, but there's a chance that they'll drop out. So I could also put a thing on them, plug them into something that's not plastic. This plastic is going to get very hot. If only this heatsink was the right pin pitch. Wait, is this one? Oh, that almost worked. That almost worked. I would have had a thing with these aluminum veins that would come up and touch these things and hold them in place while I solder it. What about in this orientation? Well, that's just going to put pressure on them, and if there's pressure on them, it'll move. Well, the thing is, taping it with Captain will put pressure on it, and if I heat these... Wow, why is that uneven? Why is that uneven? What happened? Weird. I mean, bringing the hot air into here will melt everything, right? Putting hot air here will potentially loosen up the pins, and then the whole board will move. Because it'll just rearrange itself. So I want... If I could plug something into this and hold on to that thing with the vise and still blot, there's nothing's going to be perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect for this job, so why don't we just do it? So here's what I'll do. I'm going to add a little bit of solder to all these pins. Some of them may solder in a little bit more than others. And then we'll put hot air on it and bump it, and it'll hopefully correct itself. I can't see what I'm doing. Where's all my light? Yeah, QFN are their own particular set of problems. A lot of the time I've seen people working with them, they typically will just dead bug the chip and call it a day. Here, let's get a bunch of flux down so that I can really coat these tracks. Why you would need the pins to be as long as they are is beyond me. Oh, this whole thing is moving. That's nice. Maybe it's peeling up the pads. Jeez. Come on, man. Just work with me a little bit here. Yeah, usually I'll put down my hand, I'll rest on the table. And it helps to have like a stability finger that you sort of deploy in order to stabilize things. To ground your hand on an object. How's that lining up? Pretty good. That's pretty good. Off by a little. And that one's pretty good. We actually could hand solder this. I think we could get away with hand soldering it. Yeah, let's do the ones on the opposite side and maybe it'll all work out in the end. Now that there's a ton of flux down, you need a lot of flux to do these because you need that solder to kind of wick into its location. I'll just put a bunch of solder on this and then just kind of go down the line. I could potentially jump to a different soldering iron tip and really get in there. I'm just using the biggest tip that will allow me to do this operation. You want the big tip to get the heat in there quickly. This tip could also use a little bit of work. It could use a little bit of work. It's starting to get a little old. The needle tip would be okay. It's kind of like drag soldering, which is when you solder in a dress. Let's see here. Drag soldering, I haven't really been able to show you guys the technique fully because I haven't used it in a while. I like controlling the individual pins, whereas with drag soldering, you add a ton of flux, load the iron up with a bunch of solder, and then just go down the line. So what I'm trying to do here is actually put the iron up against the edge of the chip because I want to encourage a giant solder bubble to form. Now I want to encourage the soldering of the chip itself. Hot air would, of course, heat everything up to soldering temperature and make this trivial, and then surface tension would drag the chip into position. I'm doing it with an iron. I'm trying to do it this way with an iron. I hope I don't cause problems for myself down the line. I'm just applying it right up against the chip, and hopefully, damn it, hopefully that gets it all where it needs to go. Yeah, like that doesn't look soldered at all, but you should see just a little ramp up of the solder as it attaches the two to one another. But I may not be observing what I want to. Let's get closer in. Let's, against all of my intuitions, let's get closer in and see if it looks right. I can use hot air on the other ones. We'll just do the chip first. Not soldered. Not soldered. 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 The whole chip is up a little bit. I don't want to push down on that because it'll potentially crack the pins off of this thing. So what I'll do is use hot air and just let it drop down into position. Let's get the hot air station turned on. I'm going to risk the pins because I've got plenty of extras. Let this thing heat up. And let me move this more centrally to the heatsink. All right, so we're going to watch this thing kind of like shuffle down into place. Very hard to see what's going on. I want to be careful though because I could accidentally push the chip away with the wind that I'm creating. Skillet would be a really good way to do this. There it goes. Just let it solder on all the corners. Okay, we're done. Get that out of there. Why are there starfish on the board? I don't know. It's something about whatever brand I bought it from. Stargazer. I guess they want to brand it, and so they put all these what look like bullet holes all over this thing, and those bullet holes just make it look like it's been shot. They look like false pin ones. It's not very cool of them. Ow, this whole board is hot, and I need to add solder to two of these. These look like they're not quite cooked. They might make okay contact. Those look soldered. Those look soldered. Those look soldered. It's just that one pin right there that doesn't look like I put enough stuff down. Ow! Sorry. Punched you. Forgot the scope was so far low. All right, let's get a needle tip on the iron so that I can get right in there. Just got a mental image of it exploding Like the skeleton you showed falling down the stairs. Wait, why is the iron red? What happened there? Mission detected at the front door. I have this system because I sit down here in the basement and I don't know what the hell's going on elsewhere, you know, in the world. So I need to know when somebody comes or goes. All right, so with this tip, we can get real close in and go right to this stuff here. Yeah, see, it seems like it's not, the solder isn't wicking to where it needs to be because the tip of the iron that I was using wasn't able to touch that little piece of conductive material. But if I have an iron that's small enough, I can get right up to the QFN and get it to solder in. So I got 2 more of these to do. We can do it with hot air and solder paste, but I don't really want to necessarily do that. I would rather have the confidence of going pin to pin with the iron and making sure that everybody is in. Doesn't take a lot of solder. I'm going to do this just because it's bugging me. Or is that person telling me that I didn't have steady hands? Problem with this tip is it doesn't carry a lot of heat with it. I can't just quickly and smoothly flatten out all that solder. Oh well. I think I still have the skeleton exploding in here. That was for when I fell down the stairs and I blew up my skeleton. That was awful. That was really a bad time. And then I saw that friend again, the one whose birthday party it was, that I got completely drunk at and had to reconcile with some of the things I did that night. Luckily, he was laughing about it, but I was embarrassed as shit. It doesn't garner thinking about ever again. Okay, so that's all soldered in. Now we're confident that we've got our QFN in, and all it took was a very custom microscope setup that allows me to get super close while being far away, hot air, and a very finely tipped soldering iron to tell you that you don't need all this equipment to do QFN. I guess you do. I guess you do. I guess I'm not right about that, but still. Okay, so that's 1. We need to do 4, or 3 rather. The microscope helps you inspect it afterwards, and the fine soldering tip helps you go through each individual one, whereas the hot air allows you to settle it down and get surface tension to kind of even it out into position. We have all the tools, so we're going to use all the tools, but if you don't have all the tools, you could do QFN. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult. And I've done it before. I did it with the accelerometer project on a larger QFN chip. I was able to do it with just the soldering iron. I had to borrow a microscope. It was at Drexel University. I borrowed a microscope, and that really didn't help me that much. Nowadays, of course, you can get all kinds of cool equipment that'll help you do stuff like this. And, you know, maker spaces have all the incredible tools that may be required in order to do like a breakout board for a QFN. Also, you can order a stencil of your exposed potter spads, your exposed solder pads. You can get a stencil for it. And that stencil allows you to just wipe across solder paste and deposit exactly the right amount on everything. And then you just place down your components, put it in a toaster oven, and you're done. You basically gradually turn up the heat until everything shifts into place. So we could do this with solder paste. Here, I'll show you solder paste for this one. I'll show it on this one. Where's my paste? This is the solder paste that I ordered by accident from Chipquick. It's decent enough. No clean. What is this? 247 tin lead. Oh, you know what? I think this might be the stuff that Wexo sent in. This is going to put down a lot, though. That's the problem with this. If it is even willing to go down these days. I don't think it is. Oh, geez, this stuff got hard. Never mind. Okay, that's not moving. I think this stuff is solidified over the years. that I've had it. Solder paste is kind of a fresh product. It's kind of a fresh product, meaning that if you let it sit for a couple of years, it doesn't quite work the same anymore. Technically, you're supposed to refrigerate it. Where are my wire cutters? There they are. Wire cutters over here. I'm gonna just take off the lure lock and see if that opens it up. Seems that it does. Now I could search for just the right lure lock tip. Maybe yeah, you know what? I didn't buy them for nothing. Let me get the proper lure lock tip that's gonna give me a fine point, just so I can show you guys soldering like this. I've got a bin full of all the glue stuff that I have, and it's in with all that. The glue bin, it's got an alien name. And you can buy these little packs of lure lock tips on Amazon. They're cheap. Not to say they're cheaply made, though they are. They're just cheap to buy. Where is that? Jeez, I gotta get all the way over to this. There's also plastic ones that are just the same. You can cut the plastic at whatever interval you feel like, whatever diameter you feel like. Oh, this bin is getting nasty, isn't it? Nasty, nasty. Wait, are the tips in here, or are they in my... Well, okay, there's a big avalanche. There are tips rattling around at the bottom of this bin, but I used to have these little bins full of them. Where did they go? Oh, here's one. Here we go. Oh, what a stinky bin. Ugh. Ah. That's why I put them all in a bin, because it's a little bit, it contains all the funk. Ugh. Oh, now my hands feel weird. That bin was a mistake. All right, so, jeez. Glue sucks. I hate glue. So I'm just gonna get something like this. These are just blunt end syringe lure lock tips. Lure lock is very useful. Makes a nice little seal when you screw it all the way in. And now I've got a very fine pointed distribution device for flux. The thing about that is flux is pretty, or sorry, flux for solder paste. The thing about that is solder paste is pretty viscous, so I don't know what kind of a time I'm going to have actually applying it. There are things you can buy that will make the handle, they fit around, or not buy, you can, well actually yeah, you can buy, or you can actually make things to assist you with dispensing the solder paste. The best thing that I ever used was on a pick and place machine. Is this going to distribute it all? Once this starts flowing, it's not going to stop because there's so much excess pressure. I'm putting a lot of force into this. Ow. Really hurts. I don't think it's going to be able to dispense out of this. This would have been a nice size. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit. Okay, a little bit of stuff on the tip there. I need to clean that up. Actually, no, I can distribute that. We'll see if this works at all. I refuse. No, 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 let go. Oh, we had it in such a nice position. And then as soon as I touch this thing down, it knocks the thing free. Whatever, get out of here. You get out of here. We'll come back to you. Get out of the way. All right, this requires an excessive amount of pressure to use. I don't think I'm going to use it. I'm going to back the syringe tip out a little bit, just so the pressure can be relieved inside of the tip of this thing. We need a much thicker tip than this. This ain't it. This ain't it. So much for that. That one's trash. Maybe with different equipment, but it might explode. This thing looks larger, but I don't know if I'll be able to get the stuff through it, but we'll try it. So it'll require half of the excessive amount of pressure that I put through. Not only to mention that, I mean, this stuff is sat for so long that I think it's probably not in good shape. But when I build all the other mixers, I'm going to have to probably buy some solder paste. Julian said he wants to contribute money towards the project, and I'm like, I haven't really figured out what the circuit's going to be. All right, so I'm going to leave just like a log on each of these. Oh my God, come on, man. My hands are not that steady today, huh? The little pick and place, it really is just a lot of shit. It really is just a little shit that I'm leaving down, isn't it? That's going to be a lot. I don't have a choice. Log, it's log. It's better than bad. It's good. Everyone wants log. You're gonna love a log. Log, log, log. From Blammo. Done. So yeah, that's a lot. That's going to be a lot of solder, but I'm a human being and I can't quite regulate myself as well. I've done a duty on the carpet, and that's just what we get. So I'm putting this whole thing, tip and all, back in to here. Not a lot of control on that. So let's get pin 1 and let's line this sucker up so that it will align itself, essentially, into position. So there's that. That's pin 1 on that side. My shadow is very annoying. My echo, my shadow, and me. Just in case, I'm going to get the knife in my other hand because I think I'm going to have to hold it down in order to let go of it with the tweezers. The flux that I've gotten on the tweezers is fairly sticky, and it may lead to, yeah, it's sticking to the tweezers. So when I let go, this chip does not fall into position. Man, that annoys me. Let's see if we can just push it into place. What'll also happen is when this stuff melts, the air that I'm squirting at this thing will push it around. And so it'll get out of alignment. Flux is, this is why you guys don't see me using a lot of flux. It's a very annoying substance. And what I'm doing right now is I'm using both hands to move this knife very carefully without one hand bracing the other to keep the shaking out. Come on, man. Okay. That's pretty close to alignment. Now, the hot air is not going to help it out, but I think my glucose level's crashing. Hold on, let's see what my glucose is doing. It's not on that one. It's on the face cam. GG. Boop. Okay, that's actually not so bad. We're coasting down to normal range. I got like a finger cramp while I was doing that, so I'm like, is my glucose level falling? No, it's just kind of maintaining. All right, so I close the drawer and then I bring in hot air, and the reason I'm closing the drawer is so that I can get this plastic away from where we're soldering. And I'm going to try to keep the heat further away from this board. I don't want an excessive amount of heat. Well, it's more the excessive amount of air right up near this board, because this chip is extremely loose. If we were doing a solder oven, this would be a much better setup because you very carefully move your board over to the oven, and then the oven has some internal, airflow going on, but it won't move any of the chips. So the chip is left to its own surface tension, which it's metal. Metal has a lot of surface tension. So let's try to get this thing in here, and then we've got the micro soldering iron to help us fix it in the end. I could tape this in place, but I don't think that's totally necessary. So I'm going to start the wand far away and just move in slowly. And as I move in, the flux is going to spread to all four corners, all four pieces of crap that I left behind. And as I move in further and further, it should start to heat up to the point where it flows. Let's get the heat all the way down. There's one. Wow, I guess that was a little bit too much solder, huh? Yeah, so we're gonna have to fix this with the iron anyway. Move all the beads in there so that they've all got surface tension on them. Maybe that'll align it. Wow, that was terrible. I guess the solder paste not flowing was very pivotal to ruining that. I could also use my surface plate that I have. The what is it? It's just like an aluminum surface that heats up to the soldering temperature. That would work pretty good too. This whole thing is very hot, so I'm not going to touch it with my hands. Yeah, print beds don't get that hot. Mine might be able to, but I'd be worried about what else would be melting down with that. Yeah, if I had a little moderation control on that solder, it probably could have done pretty well, and it would have been a nice little visual that you guys could have gotten clips of, and potentially have made me go viral on Reddit, because I keep seeing that stuff on the front page, and it's never my video. But that was a little bit sloppy, if I'm honest. It's never my video. I put all this work into these beautiful visuals, and you guys don't do anything for me. I don't even get enough subscribers. You guys see those clips of Twitch streamers that are like begging? They get like belligerent with their chat because they're not getting enough subs. Like, who do you think you fucking are? I always find those very funny. I shouldn't. That's kind of mean, isn't it? Way better result than my first attempt at soldering a QFDN package. Bud, this isn't my first attempt. I've been doing this for years. It shouldn't be that sloppy. I should look way better than that. I'm not an amateur. A lot of people think I'm an amateur. I'm not. My ideas aren't very useful. No. No one's ideas are very useful. Believe me, nobody's ideas are very useful. Everybody has every idea already. Don't worry about it. Don't get bent out of shape if I don't listen to you, or if your idea gets shot down. Because there are a lot of ideas out there that are very easy to shoot down. And then you see somebody actually doing that idea and being successful. And it's like, why was I so adamant about shooting down that idea? Like, for instance, can you 3D print solder? Why would you do that? That's a dumb idea. Well, guess what? They're doing it. They're figuring it out. They're getting through all the problems with it. Even if somebody shoots your idea down, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was a bad idea. Bad Obsession Motorsports being an example that I was just using now, because we talked about that at the beginning of the stream, and how it's a little bit harebrained to be doing that, to be 3D printing a trace onto a PCB using a slightly higher than soldering temperature solder. It is all doable, but it's maybe not the best way to do things, but they did it, and they got it done. So it's just chasing the solder into either end, and we can just inspect it here. Using the hot air, of course, makes it locate itself very, very nicely. Yeah, to have good ideas, first you must have a lot of ideas, and you must fail at a lot of ideas. That's sort of part of the whole process. You know how to fail, you know how to learn from failure. Those are the important things. So I don't like the solder on two of those. Yeah, it looks decent. I mean, you can look with soldering, you can do stuff pretty sloppily and then come in and clean it up later. Fortunately, it's not a permanent connection. It ain't like welding. That's pretty good. I think that worked out pretty nicely. So we got to do one more of them. This time, let's try to control the excessive amount of solder and see if we can get a good hot air session or whatever. So now we've got two of these boards. We'll do the legs in a minute. And then where's that third? I need to get a third chip. And which one is it? I think it's the smaller one. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, chip number 3. I guess one thing I could do is put the solder down, put the chip on top of the solder, but that makes kind of for a weird interface. But then flux and then heat. There's board number 3. There it is. want the big ones. Those are the small ones. It's unfortunate that I couldn't use these boards for the other one, for the audio amplifier. I'm kind of actually really annoyed at that, but that's just my own fault. Okay, so we're going to try not to put an extremely excessive amount of solder on this thing and see if we can get it to solder down properly. You can buy, I found out, you can buy stainless steel stencils. So I could have bought a stainless steel stencil that I would put down on this thing and then wipe it with a spatula or like a paint scraper, and it would deposit exactly the amount of solder that I would need in order to put this thing together. But I decided not to do that because I wanted to show QFN by hand, and I've already super duper failed at that, but I can show you QFN by air at least. By land or air or sea. So how am I going to do slightly smaller? I mean, it might be that the stuff that was near the end of that tip was hardened. Let's go back to that tip and see if I can actually utilize it. But not the same one. I'm going to use a different one because I think the stuff further up in the syringe is a bit softer because it hasn't been exposed to oxygen for so long. We'll just give it a shot. I'm going to give it a shot. If not, I guess, well, you know what? Let's use a slightly larger diameter one. One that's not excessive. One that's not the other one that we were using. This one looks like you poke into the other one in some kind of a horrible docking accident. Let's see here. It's going to take a little bit of pressure. That's pretty good. All right, so trying for slightly less excessive amounts. I gotta like cut the turd off in order to get it to stick to the board. Why aren't you sticking to the board? I guess the other way I could do it if I had like a pick and place was to squish it as it deposits. This is not working. Like if it goes straight up and down, I can't see it through the microscope if I go straight up and down. Like this. Can't see it through anything. Let me bring you guys down here. Maybe we'll be able to see it this way. Ah, sorry, hit your head. You guys are starting to get a little woozy from all the head injuries. I have to look at the microscope view to do this? Jeez. I can't even see what I'm doing. Too much. Just gonna get like a smear of this stuff on each row. It's gonna look like shit when I'm done. Yeah, I had a little control of that. It's just I can't really see what's going on down there. Oh my god, it looks terrible. Let's try with just a little smear on each one. The first bank could use a little bit more though. Yeah, that pick and place thing it was a manual pick and place that had this little XY gantry on it, and you'd control everything. It had like an air system, an air pressure based solder paste dispensing system that was very consistent. And so you'd put whatever lure lock thing you want on it, and then you would hit a foot pedal and it would just go, and it would just do the right amount for everything. And that was very useful. I used it for one project. It was the big theater globe project. Problem is I had to sneak in on work during a weekend to to use it, and I really didn't want to get arrested, so I did it once, even though the guy said it was totally fine. He said, if you want to use this for like your own project, you can use this stuff. I was like, cool. Fact of the matter is I probably would have to get like government approval in order to do that, and that would be technically a perk, which would have been probably pretty illegal. The ethics rulings on contractors are very strict. I'm gonna use the knife to get a little solder off of the tip of this thing. It's nice to have the microscope. I can actually see what I'm doing. Problem is, I can't get the solder paste to freaking stick to the board. I'm trying to get it off the knife tip and onto these pins. Well, let's hope this is enough, and we'll go back over it with the iron when the time comes. So now I'm going to place my thing. Tweezers over here. Get the plastic away. Go to pin 1, which is located over there. So flip this like this. We'll just see what we can get down. There we go. Get down, get down, get down. Oh, I forgot about this. The flux sticking it. Down, 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 down. Woo! Okay, everything is loose. Taping stuff down helps. I didn't tape anything down. All right, let's see how that does. So we go in slow until everything starts to kind of boil in and melt, and then we'll hit it with the good stuff. I got to make sure that my syringe of solder is well far away. Although to be fair, would heating up just like heating it up a little bit so that the flux starts to flow around, do you think that would loosen up the stuff in the syringe? You can't see it, but I got the hot air wand coming down. Yeah, there, now you can see it. You can see all the hot air coming in. That's going to be stuck in my head. That's too much solder on the top there. Oh well. Fix it in post. Actually, I have 4 distinctly unique amounts of solder on this thing right now. So we'll see which one actually benefits. Got to push the bead in. Well, that one's not even flowing all the way in. That one's beating up. Also beating up. Yeah, not that good, huh? That one refuses to be pushed because it doesn't have enough flux around it. Yeah, that went like ass. Okay, well, I can see what they want. Fresh flux, or fresh solder paste. I gotta let everything cool down now. And then we'll come in there with the iron and flick off the excess. Here, I can hold it with tweezers while I do. Looks like it warped a little bit too from excessive heat. So what I'm doing is I'm relying on the surface tension to... the sound you hear in the background is my hot air gun cooling itself off. It runs air through itself in order to cool off the handle so you don't have this superheated thing kicking around the shop. Once it's done that, I'll talk. That might have been the right amount of solder paste. It just wasn't in the right place to solder properly. It seems like the stencil would obviously be the best way to do this. Yeah, as long as I can get in here with the needle tip, that'll help me spread the solder to the pads that are on the edge of the chip. And there I'm just using surface tension to pull it out and away. Now, it looks like we got the chip in the right spot. I guess maybe a little bit of the surface tension helped it out. In the future, if we're going to be building a lot of these mixer circuits, because Julian seems hell-bent on selling them, if we're going to be doing a lot of these, I will do stencils, and then we'll use a hot plate, and we'll have the microscope trained on the hot plate so that it solders in, and we get that extremely satisfying moment of the thing sort of adjusting itself into the surface tension of all of its joints. That stupid song is one verse. That's everything. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Get down, 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 down. Woo! Dun, 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 dun. And it just repeats infinitely. It's never gonna leave my head. It's too short. It's too short. It's like a jingle for gum. Oh, giant cramp on my leg. I don't know what's going on. I think my glucose level's finally dropping after the lunch that I had. And so my body is starting to get cramps. It's something that happens with diabetics, and I don't know if it gets worse or better as time goes on, but it means that as I was sitting here singing that song right at the end, my calf muscle decided to roll up like a window shade. So suddenly my foot went into kicking mode. It's a lactic acid buildup that has to do with the glucose level falling. I've gotten it a lot. I used to swim, and I would get the, I'd have to stop swimming in order to let my body calm the hell down from these cramps. Just one of those things. Just one of those days. Okay, so now we got to get pins on all of these guys. So I'm just going to put this aside, let it cool off. This is a little bit of excess heat. I probably shouldn't be doing hot air onto this because it heats up this pad and then it expands and creates a bubble. I have another desk protecting pad that I need to actually replace this one with because this one's getting pretty grody. These things are like $50, but they save the butcher block. Even though I would love to have the butcher block be the background of what I'm doing, I was dumb. I didn't use any kind of oil on these. I've taken it apart before, taken everything off the desk and sanded the whole thing because this area gets a lot of oil on it. But the mat keeps me from totally ruining the butcher block desk. On my desk, the one that we worked on Friday, I have a tung oil soaked butcher block, and it's amazing. It's a matte oil, so it's actually like a rough, not a rough, it's a matte surface that's got this incredible sealant on it. That's going to be very nice. And then maybe one day, if I move shops, I'll be like, I'm not streaming for a month, and I don't stream for a month, and I coat these tabletops in the same stuff. You got to give it time to actually seal in, but it's a great way to have this beautiful looking wood that is it's better than epoxy coating. It's like a really good coating. I would love to have these covered in that, and then I could have a smaller protecting mat to work on, and it would look cool on camera. It'd give you a nice dynamic surface to look at instead of squares. Although the grid's good because everybody says everything looks so much smaller in person. I can tell you, this is an inch square, so deal with that. They come over and they go, that's your setup? I thought your setup was huge. And it's like, no, it's actually pretty small. I spend most of my days just crammed into the corner of this shop. We should do gaming streams, to be honest. Oops. I just haven't had the wherewithal to get around to those. All right, where are we? We're soldering pins in. Much easier to do. We can keep the micro tip iron on. Turned off to try to save me from burning down my house. It seems to think I like to use the soldering iron in bed, so it turns itself off. With the desk redesign, I'm hoping that I have a place where I can more permanently mount the steering wheel setup, because it'll all be out of 2020 rail. And then I'll be able to attach stuff to that rail in order to hold it in place. So maybe I could have the pedals flip down from above or something. That'd be kind of neat. I mean, I'd love to build a pit setup. I would be playing MechWarrior all day. I saw Bike Man playing some MechWarrior, what was it? Well, whatever the latest one was, and I was like, man, I have not played those MechWarrior games for a long time. And I wonder what they're like now. Are they just like a first-person shooter where you're this big lumbering asshole, or are they like the old ones and they try to simulate something that doesn't exist? It's a simulation of a giant mech. We don't have those. How did you simulate something like that? We don't have them. Here's our permanent footrests. I can't imagine sitting down at my desk to get some work done and having my feet on pedals. It's like, yeah, I like the experience of having a long commute so much that my real desk just has car pedals. Make a clutch and accelerator for Blender. You have your yaw on the flight simulator pedals. And then you wouldn't run into the problem that I had where it was on free orbit instead of locked orbit. And when you move around in your X and Y, it ends up tilting you at the same time. Just because of the way that works. Damn it! Stupid song. Woo! The woo is actually part of the song. I'm gonna get copyright striked because I've got a song in my head. You're not allowed to play a song in your head unless you've bought the rights to it. I'm so sorry, but you're now in debtor's prison for thinking about a song too much. Do DJs buy copies that are specifically for distribution? Because I feel like a lot of the time, they're not buying a copy that is very specifically for distribution. And that's not really enforceable at all. It's just here on the electronic DJ scene, I'm under the gun even if I buy the right copy of the song. I literally have the creator of the music going, you can use my music, it's fine. And then I get a strike for it. Think of the Muffin Man. I don't know that song as well. Maybe I was robbed of it in my preschool career. I don't really know the Muffin Man. Why is that? That's so much solder. What's going on here? Maybe if I keep heat on it, it'll retract. The needle tip does not provide me with a lot of heat, and so it's not quite as good as the big tips are. I'm just gonna, I guess, hit that with the corner of solder braid. It still has the full 300 watts of the soldering iron behind it, but yeah, there you go. I just retract a little bit of it, and that's that. Bob's your uncle. All right, it's one of them. Let's get the other one. Oof, ouch, owie. All right, cool. Now we got one more. And this is the theoretical maximum of how many QFNs like this I can fit. Then we're going to dead bug the other one. The only good bug's a dead bug. Yeah, I should game on this channel, but I should only play games from the early 2000s. Get a little Jedi Knight, Half-Life. Connecting to chat. Welcome to the chat. Wait, what happened? Twitch is burping. I could finally play Soul Reaver. I've never played that game, and everybody talks about how awesome it was. I missed out. Anybody here play Soul Reaver? Are you guys all embryos? I tend to swing to an older audience, it seems. Swing to an older audience. What the hell does that mean? No, I tend to have an older audience here. Jeez. I can't talk today, guys. The extroversion of having a Twitch stream is getting to me. Make sure that's pushed down. The Painkiller game series? Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that. No, like Abiotic Factor had me thinking about early 2000s games. Settle in. I love how a game creator can just grab an engine and roll with it these days. Like you can get a lot, like Rob Oz making his own game is just like delightful to me because it's like this random Swedish dude is able to make this terrible polygonal game that would be something that we would absolutely play on like PlayStation era. And it would be like critically acclaimed on the PlayStation era. He's able to roll this out using a little combination of both ChatGPT and his own barely functional modeling in-game skills, you know, how to put stuff together in games to make things look cozy. He's very good at that with building games and stuff. So it naturally kind of translated into making things in Blender, and I think he's using Unreal. But it's amazing that you're able to actually just roll that out using like, he probably could have bought like a game creator package and been able to like have a lot of the tools in place. But for the most part, just asking GPT and watching YouTube videos about it, he's able to piece together all of sort of the complicated sort of bird's nest of different skills required to make a game. Hell and Damnation, Recurring Evil, Resurrect, Overdose, Battle Out, Painkiller Redemption. I've never heard any of these titles. Well, it was a little, I mean, it is kind of like Googling, yeah. He was asking, you know, prompting, as you say, in order to euphemize how easy it is. He was prompting GPT on what little bits of code modules he'd need. And Chad is, of course, begging him to just please learn something about coding. It would be very helpful for him because he wanted to change like one little setting. It's like, I just want to change the amount of time this is up in the air. And instead of actually learning where a variable goes and how to change the value and parameters of a variable, he just simply made GPT make all of the code all again. I'm not a big hardcore shooting game fan. I know a lot of those people are, it's well and good, but at a certain point, it just becomes a little tedious. You know, point and click at the thing, click at this, click on this, click on this, click over here, click at that, click at this, manage your inventory, click on, I don't know. I'm not an enormous fan of that kind of game. It's mainly just because the amount of stuff it engages you in doing is like so frenetic. Stuff, more stuff, do some more stuff, do some other stuff, do this stuff. Help me. Okay, so we have a setup that is currently taking a test signal in. Oh, you know what? No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're going to test the chips at a later date because we are now going to do a little bit of debugging. We're going to debug this thing and we're going to use motor wire to do it. So I have done this whole tedious step that you guys have seen me do very many times. Basically, you take the perforated prototyping board and you figure out how many pins you're going to need. You figure out how much room you need, and you give yourself that much room to function. I spaced this out a little bit, made it a little bit more square because we were originally going to be taking a surface mount, an SO surface mount chip, and adapting it. We don't really necessarily need all this space, although this will let us kind of spread out a little bit, and hopefully we'll keep the lines from connecting to one another. I'm also going to use motor wire because motor wire will be just a little bit more kind to our routing. We're going to put this in a 45-degree angle configuration. First, I'm going to clean off these tweezers because they've gotten sticky with flux. There's nothing more annoying to me than sticky tweezers. Sticky tweezers are absolutely the worst thing ever. Worst thing. It's very, very frustrating to me because when you try to put something down, it doesn't go away. It stays on the tweezers. Ooh, I'll stretch my legs a little bit. That felt a little too good. It's standing up just then. We've been hunched over a desk for too long. I try to keep myself from hunching with my setup because I've got all of these monitors up on things, right? So I'm actually sitting fully erect here and looking straight onto the monitor. And yeah, the stools are a little bit uncomfortable. That encourages me to get up periodically when I'm working. But it keeps my spine straight. It keeps me from having back problems, cramping back problems. All right, so let's clean this off. I'm going to use Goof Off and a paper towel. I think with the acquisition of these two, I've got every single chip that operates inside of the 303 except for their switch chip, their digitally operated switch chip, which I may need to buy for other things that I'm building. All right, so just wipe like that. I should clean that off pretty good. I hear a doggy upstairs. She had her friends over earlier. She was playing with all the other corgis. It's very cute. Very, very cute. Okay. Oh boy. Step number 2 in dead bugging. We're not live bugging. We are dead bugging because we can't get to the pins. QFN requires dead bugging. So to dead bug, we need glue. We're going to super glue this chip down. Since this is a quad flat no lead chip, there's no leads. So the chip will actually insulate us from the bottom of the board. So I don't need to put down Captain tape. The only reason I would put it down is potentially to be able to remove this easily, or to provide me with a substrate that's a different color. Maybe I should put it down, Captain. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. I'll put down Captain just to be kind to myself. How do you Brits Capton? Capton. Am I thinner than this? Not in view. Hold on, let's see. Up here? Nope. I only have the really thick stuff. Skipperton. Skipper tape. We'll just call it skipper tape. Give me this. Give me this. Yep. Give me this. Take a little bit of the edge off of all that white plastic. It's just a little bit too thick. I'm putting this down just so there's contrast. I want to be able to see what I'm doing. It's not like I need any of these to work. Figuring out what pins are connected where is going to be a nightmare on this, because it's upside down from where they would give me the pin numbers. Pin 1 has a little bit of a marking in that it's got like a notch on the ground plane, on the ground pad, I should say. Got like a little notch for you. All right, come on, give me this. What is happening here? Is my knife super dull? What's going on? What's the damage? I'm pulling on this, so there's plenty of tension. There we go. Weird. Weird. Wired. Okay, so let's get this piece off. What's going on there? That looks like hell. And maybe if I just cut along the side or something, but I'm going to get bit by this thing. Let's try to poke in where there might be a little bit more tension, like here. That's a little bit better. Not having a terrible amount of luck. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's what I'll glue to, and if I mess up, at least I've got Captain tape down on it first. And also be able to see what things are doing. Activision game gun for GameCube? Why are you suggesting me weird games? No, I'm talking about my own games. Gun. I kind of remember that. Was that a Western thing? Sure as hell wouldn't be able to play it on GameCube. Come on. Come on. Where did the chip go? The chip fell to the side and now it's gone. Not allowed to emulate on Twitch. You have to have the copy of the old hardware. And or just lie. Is it stuck to the bottom of the iron? No, or the, oh, there it is, I see it. Okay, so we don't have to be perfect on this. This is a very, very small thing that I'm soldering down, though. And it's going to be rather difficult for me to get right. But what I'll do is I'll put this in, I guess like this. Well, I could put it like this. That would work out all right. Well, what is it? It would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually could do 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, that would be weird. We've got 2 extra pins on the thing, right? It's 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and this is 16. This is 8 by 8. So I could just move it over a little bit, move it over by 1 pin. This one would just be useless. And then we would have this one go here, this one go here, and then that amp would be, because I think those are the ins and outs. Or I can switch it, do it this way. And then I would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe skip and then do, wait, no, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, skip, and then the 2 edge pins. What are the functions? What are the pins doing? Where's that data sheet? Oh, I don't have it open. What is this part again? I forget what it is. TI. No. High fidelity headphone amplifier. Yes. Use the history. Okay. VCC plus, left VCC plus, right in, left in. That's what those fringe pins are. So it might be better if we, oh, I see, 3 no connections over here. Okay, that's helpful. Minus and plus are on the corners. And then left out, LVCC, RVC, and then R out. This is a crazy go nuts chip. This chip is crazy. Right in, right out, right in, minus. So we'll face the chip towards the whole bank of pins. And then I'll have the whole bank of pins in order to mess with. So one will be all the rights, and the other one will be all the lefts. This chip is stereo, obviously, so it's all sort of its own thing. But yeah, and then we'll just solder the pins that have functions. That'll help us out a little bit. That'll alleviate the difficulty just a little. And the no connects in the middle, huh? And then which one's pin 1? Pin 1 is left in. Where did that go? So pin 1 is there. Is this upside down? Thermal pad top view. So from the top, hold on, getting my ducks in a row. Damn it. Grab it, leap it. Okay, so left in, left VC, no, yeah. Left in is this one right here. The left in plus, and since that's pin 1, how does that count the other way around? Well, 2 is the one around the corner from it, so it's backwards. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14. So if we keep all that aligned with left and right, we do it like this. And then these two go down here. LN plus, LN minus. No connection, no connection, no connection. Oh no, wait a minute. It actually goes... L out is all the way over here. So I need to face like this, and then I need all 3 of these faces will go. Okay, so we're gonna just put it square like this. And then our pin out is gonna be left and right based. Not cringe. Okay, so pull this thing aside. We want a dollop of glue right in the center of these 4. A little bit of super glue. It's too much. We'll live with it. I gotta let that dry for a little bit. That is way too much. That's all right, it's QFN. We'll still be able to solder to the pins on the back side, on the top side rather. So L in and R in, and then LVCC, L out, LVCC minus. So it's like a cross here all the way to here. Because left in minus is this pin. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I'm relatively sure. I've lost track. I don't know which one is which. Wait a minute. It's a symmetrical chip, by the way. It's just one side has... Oh yeah, the notch. The notch will tell us all. The notch reveals all things. The notch is at pin 1. So actually it's going to be pin 1. So left in plus is here. I think left in minus is this one. No connection, no connection. So it goes from this end to this end, which is the opposite of the way that I set up the other chips. Whatever, that's fine. I'm going to give this a little bit of time to dry, though. It was a big dollop of super glue. It was way too much. I only need a tiny little bit, but we can make this work. And then when it actually comes to hooking this thing up, I'll be able to view which one has 3 no connects and which one has 1 no connect in order to inform me of what direction I'm using. And this is the wire that we're going to use. So I say motor wire, which is wire that's been covered in a shellac that keeps it from conducting with its buddies that are right next to it. It's wire that you can spin around something. It's magnet wire. Well, I use motor wire because it's directly from a motor. It's literally out of a motor. Literal motor wire. My only problem with motor wires, I have a lot of trouble getting the wire itself to solder to stuff. I have trouble getting rid of the shellac material that's on the outside of it. All right, do you guys think that that's attached now? Is that going to move? This is going to be some genuinely difficult soldering to do. Looks pretty good. Can I wipe up some of the excess without exposing the can? Just got to be very careful about it. Here's a paper towel. Yeah, that'll work. I got a little bit on the top there. Of course, the thing cyanoacrylate hates is heat. So when we go to solder it, I think it'll give way to all the heat that I'm applying. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's, I got a little bit of a little bit more cleanliness points there. Is that clean? Pretty clean. That's decently clean. Oh boy. I may have to do this on Wednesday. I may have to make this part of my Wednesday. Ooh, could I use these leads in order to solder to it? These leads look appropriate. They shouldn't be too big. Oh my God. Even the thinnest LED lead is a huge plank of wood compared to the pins that I'm soldering to. Look at that. Craziness. We need to get closer. I don't mean you and me. I think you guys are not far enough away from me, actually, to be honest. I can smell you. Let's get closer with the microscope. Closer with the microscope. I hear wind out there. This whole area is turning into just a freaking acrid desert. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but this drought is terrible. Now, do I have a thinner tip than this? I think we are the thinnest tip. This is actually a thinner tip. We're going to get the thinnest tip I can manage. How's everybody doing? Everyone's quiet. Everyone's quiet. Quiet afternoon. Good time to solder. Yeah, that's the thing, is like in the past I've used, you know, like a little piece of sandpaper, or I've used files, actually brushing it up against a file. Emery cloth. I don't think I have any emery cloth. That's an interesting idea. Let's see if I can tin some of these without getting totally excessive, just to see what it's like. I can put a bead of solder on each of these. So this is our iron, and this is the pin. You can see the size difference here is insane. It didn't even stick to the QFN. Yeah, the QFNs used to be a lot larger, and their holes would bleed over the side. Clean this off a little bit more. Useful for RF ham work, yeah. Please, just put solder down on the pad for me without getting it on the heatsink. See, that one worked. That one went just fine. Putting a little blob of solder on all these so that when I touch the motor wire to it, I'll have just a little bit of attachment material there. It goes a little smoother this way. Just a little smoother for everyone involved. Less embarrassment. All right, so pin 1 is the size, or is on the side of justice. No, pin 1 is on the side where there's 3 no connects. So these 3 are the no connects. So we'll start with this one down here, and that's L in plus and minus. So this one and this one will go into, I guess we'll just do it down here. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 will be these 3 right here. It's a little confusing with a chip flipped like this. So what I need is for the end of this wire to solder. I don't know if it'll do that. Stuff's very small. I wonder if I can use the end here as sort of a solder pot. That way I can stick the wire in here. This stuff is equally hard to control too. Will that actually stick in if I get it hot enough? Well, first off, it's not controllable. That is in. Okay, let's try it. We're going to move it up to this pin here. I actually don't like that end. Can I clip off that end of wire? This is much smaller than I normally work. So every one of my movements is clumsy. All right, got the end off. This right here. And holding the wire at a great distance from where the wire is supposed to go is also very frustrating. It's like, I don't know what kind of an angle I'm coming in on with this. With these being NCs, I could probably solder this down to multiple. Like as an anchor, maybe? Let's see. That technically looks like it's on. I'm really yanking on it. Ah, my glasses hit the camera. It scared me. Technically that is in. It doesn't look very well soldered, but I think I'm willing to accept that into my life. So give it a nice easy run. This seems to be like the chip itself seems to be pretty decent to solder. It doesn't have a lot of complexity to it. It's got 2 separate power supplies for each side. Yeah, yeah. Don't tell me that again. I hate that question. So I think what I can do is cut it here. Maybe add some solder to that pin. The end of the wire doesn't technically have shellac on it, so maybe that's where the interface will be. Or I could do this. I could just gently scrape the top there. There we go. Probably got rid of a little bit of material. Also, I'm going to put a new knife end. Well, no, I want it to be a little dull because I want it to be a flat scraper. So let's just deal with it as it is. And let's try to get this down. What, does that even reach? Wait a minute. Yeah, there we go. That's one. Only 50 to go. I don't like that it doesn't look like it's soldered in, but I'll try to accept it into my heart of hearts. This stuff is sub hair diameter. So that was L in minus. This one is L in plus. So these go next to each other. Well, I probably could skip every other. That's a good one. I like that one. Ln plus, Ln minus, then there's LVCC, L out, and then LVCC out. It's not lead free. It's not lead free. This motor was one of those fancy motors that I got for the RC car project. But eventually, or it might have been the one that we blew up with excess, but yeah, this stuff is extremely, I don't know if you understand, but the solderless breadboard is kind of a standard size. So you can go off of that, and the hole in the background there, to know how small is the stuff Bottler's doing. It's very small indeed. All right, so I'm going to put that down like that, and then I'm going to put the knife on top of it and just lift. Because I can barely feel what's going on, which that is it in yet comment. A very crass joke. How dare you? That didn't work. It didn't work. All right, we'll metal fatigue it away. So metal fatigue is one of my favorite tools to use. Something breaks like this, you have this little end sticking off, and we want to cut it down there. Well, it's going to bend where it's soldered in. We do this, we say metal fatigue a bunch of times, and then it eventually breaks free. So when you see those solder challenges that, like, you know, one of the hardest things about moving to Blue Sky is that I am no longer on the Japanese project Twitter feeds. I love those Japanese project Twitter feeds. Those guys can get up to some really crazy shit. You know, I should probably, how many of these are actually going to be connected? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 of these pins that are going to get connected. I wonder if we should move this whole operation down and I just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins, and then we wire it up like as if it were an actual, no, let's not do that. Let me just spread them out. I don't care. Because it's 1, 2, and then I have 3 more for this to hook up. And there's VCC minus and plus, but they're all like over here. Plus is here, minus is here. It's the same way on this one. Plus is here, minus is here, and then this one is the output. Maybe I'll put this down here. And then we'll skip another pin and we'll do the 2 outs. It's just going to be kind of bonkers. Yeah, I just want to get this done. Yeah, 0402 is where I can, 0402 I can functionally like do stuff with, but it's very frustrating to use. 0402 is a great place to draw the line. 0603 is where things are a little bit small, but I can kind of get away with actually functioning in it. Sorry, I just bumped the camera there. I just want to scrape off a little bit of the shellac on the end of this without breaking the wire. That's tough to do. That's looking like I got a little bit off of that. Try to twist it, but I can't feel anything that's happening. There's just no sensation. I think that's okay. I've tried to look up tools for removing the jacketing on the wire. There are hot tweezers that you can buy, and that's not just me saying that tweezers are hot. If I do every other, 1, 2, 3, 4, nope. Nope, doesn't work like that. I should probably skip though. I don't know. I'll try to tin the end. Oh God, there's no way I can do that. I'll tin the end in the pool of solder over here. All right, and then before my hand cramps, nope, too late, hand cramped. Okay, gotta keep my fingers bent, otherwise they'll cramp. Ooh, that was good. That worked really well. I mean, I could skip to my loo, go here, and then 1, 2 is all that I have left. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is 5. So there's 1 extra on this thing. Yeah, this is not easy to do. There's a lot of NCs on this design, so we don't have to use all the pins that are there. Oops, I'm not grabbing the wire, I'm just displacing it. There we go. That was grabbing the wire by the wire. And I think just the act of me putting the knife on top of it is enough to, see, that's the cold joint. So what we need to do is break it off. And then I need to submerge this and scrape it a little bit with the iron. I guess as long as there's some kind of electrical contact, at the break of the wire, there should be exposed copper. Now that I said copper, he's going to show up in chat, isn't he? I think he monitors. All right, that should be okay. There should be enough electrical connection there. If I do every other, I need to fit 2 more, and that doesn't really work out. So we'll just put the output here, and then I'll put this one all the way out to the end. It's going to be a little weird. The, what is it? The VCC Plus is going to be kind of out on an island. Or I just do 1, 2. I don't know. I don't know. Let's tilt it again. How can I make this easier? I can't. Okay. I have to just come in from the side with this one. I have to I have to unplug our test setup is what I have to do. All right. With us unplugged, I now have unfettered access. Got to get in at the right angle. That's very important for this kind of stuff, is making sure that you are comfortable. If you're comfortable, if you're cold, they're cold. Bring your electronics inside. If you're comfortable, then you can solder better. This tip has a lot of trouble putting down the heat. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Dang it, come on. All right, I need a big blob of solder on this. Will is barking at stuff. The sun going down so early means that she doesn't see her. I don't get to take her out as often to see her friends. I stream at a time when the sun is setting basically around the northeast. So by the time I'm done, my usual closing down time, all her friends have already had their evening walks because people come home from work in the middle of my stream, which is kind of how I planned it. But I don't know, one of these days I should do a Bother After Dark stream. There's a lot of viewers in North America. You can get a lot of viewers by streaming later. I love you, Euros. I really enjoy your company. Generally, you guys are a little smarter, too. but the audience may be a little bit more late nighty, early evening-y. Then I can find people who say solder instead of solder, and aluminum instead of aluminium. Really, to be honest, we're both wrong about that one. It's aluminum is what it should be called. The French were the ones that figured it out. Whew, that felt like a lot of feeling around in the dark to achieve. That's our output line. So technically it would be better if I flopped the two and then the outputs would be in one place, but we'll put the output line like right here, and then I'll put the next one on the next pin. Because I don't recall saying titanium. Unfortunately, this is where any of the American voices would get dogpiled and somebody would make a school shooting joke. You know I'm right. This doesn't feel like it's soldering. Maybe once we break the line, I can scrape it a little bit. Oh man, my fingers are cramping up, man. I had one of those blood draw appointments on Monday. So they took a big jar and they filled it up with my blood. And they said, good job, after massacring my arm. Kids in my basement aren't leaving. What, do you have Minecraft or something? Ah, hand cramp. Damn it. Come on back to me, fingies. Jeez. Clean the iron. Do another blob of solder on the end here so that I can tin my wire before I attach it to the pad. The pads on QFNs can break off. I've not had it happen very often, but it's a disaster when it does because there's no way to really get anything in there. Technically, you could scrape it to get in, but there's not a whole lot there to get on a QFN. There's not that metal sort of substructure inside of the epoxy that would exist on like a dip or an SOIC. And if there is, it's way smaller. But with a dip and an SOIC, if you have a pin break off, you can get a file or just a knife to scrape with, and you can scrape down to the metal substrate underneath that's inside of the epoxy. And you can still access that chip with, motor wire like I'm doing right now, or just a piece of like hookup wire. That one was amazing. That one went really, really well. Holy shit. Just go right here. Yeah, scraping with the knife is a nice way to do it. You just have to be careful, and you need kind of a dull knife. You need a dull X-Acto blade on there. And I say X-Acto blade, what I really mean is scalpel. You should be getting scalpel blades, not X-Acto blades. They hold on better, and they're sharper, and not necessarily sharper, but they are pretty much exactly the same as an X-Acto blade, except the X-Acto blade uses a spinning element on the front of the knife in order to put pressure on that knife tip. And as such, as you use it, it'll loosen up. And I've had that happen many times with an X-Acto blade, and it's caused a few safety situations to occur while using an X-Acto branded knife. The scalpels are unbranded, a hell of a lot cheaper, and the knife holder, as such, will allow you to hold in the blade without it twisting because it's clipped in. Yeah, and you buy them by the bushel. This is really, I got to buy a new handle. This handle's been through too much. We've made it a heated scalpel before, and it didn't really work out for all those car project things that we were doing. But yeah, don't pay for an X-Acto knife. It's a scam. It's a scam. A big knife is going to shut me down. They don't want you to know the truth. But I'm here. I'm here to spread the word of the good blades. The one that I've been talking about lately is Big Heat. Big Heat is out there to create more heat. Don't let them win. What's up, Robert Tables? How you been? It's been a little while. These are names that I remember from the old days when I had a board on the wall and it was functioning. Little Bobby Tables. There's not enough solder on this thing for me to like hot pot it. Been well, I missed that board. Yeah, me too. I burnt out on it. We have ideas for the next board, and they should have all come to fruition already, but they haven't. We've been working on a lot of synthesizer stuff, and so right now I am dead bugging a QFN chip, which is a chore. It's doable though. There's a ton of blade shapes. Yes, you can get the Raptor Claw, which I have. You can get the ones that I use are. I keep hitting the wire that's here. BS. I think BS is the blade shape. It's not the shape of England. England is a much different shape than this. But yeah, that's a good general utility shape. But the scalpel blades you can get in like bulk in different shapes. It's really, what a better system that was. I can't believe it took me so many years to figure out. But you know, like balsa wood hobby store shit would make you think that X-Acto knife is the only name in that kind of thing. And then you're like, wait a sec, no, like they need sharp, precise knives in medicine. England BS blades, yeah, that's what's on the tin, as they would say over there. Pip, pip, you know how it is. Stiff upper lip and all that. Even hard to know whether or not I'm getting heat into the right stuff with this. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. That's all that flux that was deposited when I did the tinning on that. It's helping me out. That's some English BS in it. Yeah, we deal with that a lot here in America. We fought wars over this. All that English BS. All right, get a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Kind of want that to be a little bit more loose. I guess that's just how it's going down. Yeah. Scalpels aren't as sharp as I wanted them to be. I mean, X-Acto blades are the same level of sharpness, though. What are you doing instead? What would you be buying? Like a straight razor? Safety razor blades? The classic cocaine blade? Ah, man, my hand. I'm having the diabetic muscle cramps during this whole process, which isn't very helpful because we're dealing with stuff that's too small to like feel in your hand. And so I'll be pinching and not really knowing what I'm pinching. What I'm doing here is I'm just roughing it up a little bit so that I get some kind of electrical contact in there. Hopefully that holds everything together. I could pull on the wire to see if it's captured, but I think it's going through enough solder that it would capture anyway. Over time, using the dry sponge with this tip is going to wear it away faster than my other tips. It's going to start to dull this tip, and then this tip will eventually break after the heat cycles that it has to go through. So I tend away from using this tip for stuff. I don't like to use it for a lot of stuff. It only has so much life left in it. You can see here how it kind of struggles to heat up the pin hole properly. Yeah, they're meant to be as sharp as they can be to cut the human meat. Yep. And let me tell you, I made a bunch of bacon bits the other day, and bacon is very difficult to chop with a knife. Very, very difficult to chop with a knife. Very slippery. You want to have as sharp of a knife as possible to do that, and so, you know, I don't know, would a scalpel blade help me cut the bacon better? It might. Investigate that. Do some kitchen investigations. All right, I need to straighten that out, so I got to use my giant meat paws. Giant meat pincers. There we go. And we go to the next one in succession. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pick this whole assembly up, the little proto board, turn it around 180 degrees, and that way I'll be able to access everything without stuff getting in the way. And so all I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat the pattern from the other side. So this is the next one that goes. That's how this chip is structured. It's structured like a two different like little op amps. That other wire is getting in the way. I knew this would be a problem. Okay, maybe I can bend the end of it. It's not helpful. Straighten it again. Just get in there like this. Yeah, that was perfect. Whew, okay. Keep frozen, use a meat cleaver. Ah, that's a good idea. I didn't have the luxury of having it frozen at the time. I guess I probably could have put it in the freezer for a minute or two. It was because I was doing fajitas, and we didn't have bacon fajitas, but I did cook a bunch of bacon ahead of time to make bacon bits for like later recipes, or just to put on salad. But I basically wanted to make bits out of the bacon, and then I used that grease to make fajitas. Just that little bit of excess bacon grease. I poured a lot of it out, but I used what was left to fry up the veggies and the chicken. So it made a really good chicken fajitas. But I had trouble cutting it. I basically had to saw the bacon with my giant, I have one of those like fancy pantsy chef knives. I actually saw my chef knife today in a recipe instruction. Usually people don't have it. It's the one, it's like the meat knife that doesn't have a tip on it. It's got just the blunt end. So it looks kind of like a cleaver, but it's like a combination between a cleaver and a regular old kitchen knife. But somebody had the exact one that I have. Turn it on its side, use a chopping block in under. Huh. I have that knife too. It's one of the ones it's got the blunt end, and then it's got little pits in the metal try to keep things from sticking. But it was like $140. Yeah, and it is a Japanese knife. It's very good. I decided, you know, like I'm cooking with a bunch of stuff that's other people's, and I used to have a bunch of kitchen equipment of my own, and I cook a lot. So I figured, I was like, I went to OctoJ, and I was like, OctoJ, I need to buy like a fancy knife. He's like, okay, he's got like a cousin or something that's a chef, and he's like, these are really good. Get one of these. All right, you got it, man. I don't know why we're whispering, but you got it, dude. So I bought one that I liked, and it's amazing. I probably should sharpen it though. I probably need to get some like nice sharpening equipment, or just use a regular old knife sharpener, because it used to have this wicked edge on it, and it's I've had it for a couple years now. I mean, I don't have a soapstone, but I do have some sharpening tools. Yeah, I guess I could self-sharpen. It's not Damascus. I have a couple sharpening stones here. I would love to have a soapstone, though. I should look for one of those. That click spring shit. Get that good shit. Here, let's sever this right here. I can't believe the place that makes the breakout boards doesn't have one in 20 pins. The steel sharpens itself as you use them. Oh, no. I don't think anything works like that. I don't think there's a single thing that works like that. Unless it's like breaking off little like grains. The only thing I think would work like that is flint. The grain of the knife flaking off in your food. The sharpening jigs that TS Prof and the like make are pretty awesome. I've seen my share of sharpening rigs, and that one Japanese, like, I don't know if I don't think it's TikTok, but they sharpen just like anything. They sharpened poop and made it work. Those kinds of things and techniques I think would be what I would want to use. Or like the one that polished a turd to the point where it was like a mirror surface. I think that'll make an electrical connection. I think that's okay. Yeah, I don't remember the place where I actually ordered the knife from. But it was a good purchase. Holy shit. You just, you know, you don't need a whole set of nice knives. One really good knife can get you most of the way through everything. Like I've never needed a different knife except for like cutting bread. Get out. I'm eating chicken. All right, let's get this one soldered. I mean, people making physical bypass for consoles. I can assure you that this is on a completely different scale than what those guys are doing. I know some do stuff on this scale, but this is an actually incredibly small scale. It's deceptive because of the microscope being so many, very many pixels and looking so nice. I put a lot of work into making the microscope setup look great. It makes all the difference around here, but the problem is it doesn't prove out how small this work is and how amazing it is that I'm doing this. How awesome I am in the grand scheme of things. This one is just not cooperating. Let's see if we can scrape it a little. Just a little scrape. A little scrapey scrape. There, see how it kind of is flaking off a little bit there? Now, if this were uncoated wire, the way to do this would be to dip it into the solder paste, because the solder paste will stick to the end of the wire and give you just enough solder to solder to stuff. That's what we used to do with larger pin packages than the QFN and wire wrap wire. If you dip wire wrap wire in solder paste, it makes a much really easy to solder connection. .05, I was going to say 4 and midway through I stopped. 0.05 millimeter pin pitch. Actually, it might be 0.5. That might be 0.5. 0.1 inch is these. What is it? 0.235 millimeter between these. So yeah, this is 0.04. Why do you have a FLIR camera? I don't understand why people ask me that question. You're not the first to ask that. And it's like, do you not? Do you not have a forward-looking infrared? This is a FLIR from FLIR because it has their signature color palette on it. It's actually something they copyrighted. And I have another one. I have one that the lens kind of broke on a little bit. And I would love to get that mounted to the microscope. And somehow, I don't know what lens I would need because the lenses are just absolutely ridiculously expensive. But if I could get a lens that would give me a microscope image of what I'm working on thermally, that would be kind of an amazing piece of information as well to get on stream. 0.05 is properly tiny. Yeah, it's not messing around. One more pin to go. My poor butt. What is this, a board for ants? The whole purpose of this stuff is that we're trying to use chips that are super small for Julian's mixer. His audio mixer has a left and right channel, and it goes together into a singular headphone output. And so what we're trying to do is make all of that fit in 2 Euro rack spaces. 2. So that's 10 millimeters. A space on a Euro rack is 5 millimeter by 100 millimeter if you're talking about the internal space. So we're trying to put an entire mixer with many, many op amps in the design and 2 SO14 parts onto a 10 by 100 millimeter board. And I'll show you that in just a second. Stick with me for just a second. Let's just get this last wire in and I'll show you what the design is. Before I commit any traces to the physical PCB design. Yeah, it's something that Julian texted me about, and I was like, how hard could it be? That would be like a 2-stream project, and it's been like a 4-stream project, 4 to 6. Part of it is that AutoCAD has decided that it would be cool if they had some electronics people in their creators program. And so they said, hey, Father, would you like a free copy of this software? And I look at my copy of the software and it says, educational license is expiring in 2 days. And I go, oh, what do I have to do to re-up my education? Oh, you need to send in some credentials. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I ended up going for their free copy for their creators program. And so every now and then we will do purely an AutoCAD stream where I'm just doing AutoCAD for the whole stream. So that brings us into the realm of my free software. We can use Eagle to do our designs. And so we've done a couple streams with this. So it's been a match made in heaven. It's been a really good match. One sec, I'm too busy talking and I'm not soldering. So we'll bring this down to here. And we'll absolutely bathe the thing. And then I'm going to give it a little scrapey. Hold on, I'm going to mess it all up at the end. I'm not holding on to the wire anymore. Ow! I hit my glasses on the camera again. It's really jarring when you go to look down and something smacks you in the glasses. But yeah, it means that I get like generative design and some other cool features of AutoCAD. It means I can keep using Eagle to design circuit boards. And so I've got this very visual interface. Oh, wow, that wasn't soldered at all. KiCad is not as visual as AutoCAD. And that maybe is the only advantage from free software, because I have to be beholden to a company that may destroy the creator program at any moment. I'm hoping that couches me in a nice copy of the software for just a little bit. Amazed at the steadiness of your hands on the scale. It's not as easy because I'm not working in a vise. Usually I work elevated a little bit in a vise, and that helps me. My hands are a little steadier if they're like this. Right now, my hands are like twisted down and they're a little bit worse for wear, but overall, we've had a pretty good experience. I have very steady hands, I guess, naturally, and part of it is putting my entire hand down on the board, so it's just my fingers, and then I can manipulate them as if it's like a pen or a pencil, and just try to keep things nice and super steady. It's really not that special. I think most people out there can do this level of soldering. It's just a matter of the equipment that I have and knowing how to place your hands, knowing what to do with your hands. What should I be doing with my hands right now? So this thing over here is the design. And of course, because this is Fusion Eagle, I'm able to make the whole circuit board. And as long as I have 3D parts, I can see what the size delineation is. So having these op amps in QFN packages is going to enable us to be able to actually build this thing. I need to do special stuff like bending the leads down and perhaps sanding or filing the edge of the board, unless I should probably put the board edge shape into the file so that it actually tapers inward if we're going to be producing these to sell them, because I don't want to have to file all the individual stuff. I'd have to make a jig for doing that. I'm glad you think it's cool. I got most of these models off of GrabCAD, where they are publicly available. Some of the models, I think the model for this thing is off of the manufacturer's site. Maybe? No, this one might have been GrabCAD as well. But yeah, this just helps me pile everything in and make sure that we have room for it all. Now, I don't know if the chips that I've selected will work. I've only just selected them. The TL074 is an op amp. It's a fairly common op amp. It's kind of a jelly bean part. It doesn't work rail to rail, but it does do really well in 10 volt, plus minus 10 volt signals. So the TL074 is a wonderful op amp to use, but they kind of left them by the wayside around the time that we started moving to things like quad flat no leads. So this chip that I'm using has a couple different packages. One of them is even smaller. It's a, what is it? It's a 2 amp package that's like 1 millimeter by, it's like invisible, right? So this is the smallest that we can go while still actually being able to work with the technology on a temporary basis on the breadboard. Yeah, so we're going to prototype all of the parts that are going to go into this circuit in situ. I want like a full test. I don't want any surprises here where I order boards and build something up and go, oh, I can't use that. So now I have to rip up and redesign an entire board. I want to do this right the first time. So that's what we've set up to do. That's what we'll be able to do. We're done. Like I can't do anything else today. That wouldn't be a complete departure of what we worked on. We did all of the soldering. We now have breakouts for all of our boards. This looks like hell. It really looks like I'm stringing this thing up into like a torture chamber, but it should work. We should get, all the lines should conduct, and I could verify it with a multimeter, although I wouldn't be very comfortable. If you poke this thing wrong with the multimeter, you might break one of these lines off. So maybe we just leave it the way it is and I test it in situ and see if it works. This is a bespoke headphone amplifier because this project is taking 2 channels and putting them into headphones. Yeah, but that's a legitimate dead bug. That's actually a dead bug. I feel like they had dead bugging in mind when they designed this chip, because if you look, you have 1 no connect on this side and 3 no connects on the other. That'll help orient you. You go, well, which side am I on? What am I doing here? I need to hook something up to pin 4, but I flipped the chip over. So pin 4, we're actually looking from the other side. So let's do this exercise. Pin 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, pin 4 is in the middle of the 3 no connects. So pin 4 is right here. And pin 6 is this direction. So 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I did it wrong. 1 starts here for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have not made this part yet in CAD. I will need to make this part in CAD. And when I do, this is going to be hell. I'm going to have to like delete pins and it'll be mad at me. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. I'm going to have to call it a quad flat no lead and give it 20 pins, even though it doesn't actually use 20 pins. And having NC pads will be kind of annoying. So I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. I'll have to learn how to do that. I think Eagle can do that. I think I can just delete the pads and they'll remain in place, and my model will have the model of the chip itself will have the extra pads, but they won't be on the board. All right, so I think that's all I got for you guys. We will get back to this on Wednesday where we can actually hook up the circuit. Now that I know what the circuit is, you know, what it's going to look like, what I'm putting into it, we can build the circuit, and then I can hook it up to an actual pair of headphones and figure out whether or not the sound is too much. So we are going to be live on the 21st, November 2-1. Oh, it's 1-2 today, and we'll be back on 2-1. 2-1 was the last end card. We don't have the next stream command anymore. It just tells you to go to Discord because it's too much to maintain. That's been too annoying for me to maintain for nobody actually using it. Now that I've mentioned it, people are going to use it, but until then, yeah. So let's see. Is there anybody out there? Let me see. I'm going to look on my list. Throw you guys at somebody, or should we just adjourn? All the normal people are there. Paleontologizing is doing their thing. And see more. Show more. Jeez, why doesn't it show me everything? Cosmo Quest X is actually live right now. Oh, there's a Starship launch in 10 minutes. I see. Well, if you guys want to check out the space channel of the Discord, here's the end card. And end. And then here is shout out to Cosmo Quest X. All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.